Why did I have 34 text messages?
I don't know. Not my fault.
I didn't look at them. I just saw I had 34 text messages and I'm a little nervous. Oh, there's another one.
Hey, Yashiki. Hydronate. I apologize, Yashiki. I swear both my sessions today back to back. I had a late start because of work projects, and then both of my sessions ran over. It was kind of unfortunate timing. I appreciate your patience, man. Let's talk tank theory. Playing devils. Sorry, Chad, I gotta do our pings. We hit 50K subs, by the way. If you guys didn't see that on YouTube. not should clarify, not Twitch subscriptions. Yeah, we did not hit 50,000 Twitch subscriptions. That would be something else. Hey, Nalim. You're good? Don't worry about it? All right, I appreciate you. Appreciate your flexibility. I just finished watching a video of yours. Funny that you started streaming. Nice, dude. Nice, dude. Hello, Mr. Spilo. Hello, Zion. My vote is you play some ranked tank today. I'm going to. We played a little bit of ranked tank last thing, but we need to have a discussion first, and then we can. Non-existent scammer. Hey. Hello, Varashi. Javelin. Are we roasting the patch? We already roasted the patch. We gotta talk. We gotta talk more. I've been thinking. I even did some research. I messaged a couple of my old MMO buddies, tank players in MMOs, just to kind of pick their brains a little bit about MMO tanking. Makes tank appealing compared to DPS when it's more dull. So I've been pulling out the theory, man. I'm trying to figure some things out. So I was sitting last night thinking of all these guys. I've got all this like schizophrenic scrawling going on here about like what we can do with tanking. Apolify, stop resident sleepering me. Void Fiber, hey, you're hurt? Why are you hurt? The most handsome mod. That's not a very high hurdle, but yeah, I think the thing with this patch is it's unquestionably controversial and it's theory, but probably vastly over. It's already. I mean, I said this on patch day like 25 times. Like vastly overrated in palpable impact. But you know, so. Special push-ups have been paused for a long time, yeah, because people kept cashing them at the worst times ever. Low bar or not, I'll take it. Hey, listen, that's not too bad. I mean, let's see, you got light waves, bagging. I mean, you could take light waves for sure.
Are they fighting? Mod fights?
No.
Oh, I was like, I would like to see Lightweights fight someone. That'd be really funny.
No.
Imagine Lightweights fighting somebody. Imagine Lightweights fighting one of the other mods.
Yo, I just had like a really interesting insight from one of my tank friends, which is gonna be, we'll get it to in a little bit. All right, we'll get started in a second here. Basically, I want to talk later on about like the theory of tanking. What makes people want to play tank? Is my theory of like tanking even accurate? Like, I want to try and play devil's advocate to myself today. I really, really want to talk this through because I think it's really important. She's strong? Yeah, she is strong.
Me?
No, not you. Frick no. Rail thin. Amari Pepper cameo. Oh gosh, that's an awkward time to be pulling for a cameo. As soon as I call you real thin.
What?
I just said you were real thin and somebody cashed an Amari Pepper cameo. Amari. Just came back from training. Show the cat I spent the good money. There isn't no good money here. Amari.
Is that in frame?
Yeah, it's in frame. Amari. She looks so big in that. She's not that big, Chet. She's kind of underweight. Graham's like, oh, you guys playing? Okay, anyway.
Because I can't really put her down next to
No,
me.
she's caught in your shirt.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, Mari. Here, Graham, you want to show everybody?
She's not fat. She's like under 10 pounds. She's like 9 pounds. Your Elden Ring streams broke my 40-plus stream. Sounds like a personal problem. Mount Kilimanjaro. Think of the sub. I always freaking love that sub. The Sig Buff rocks. Oh, you should be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Why is everyone
Am I calling Pepper so big? Yeah, she's massive.
chunky?
She's massive. If you can catch that in frame, barely.
Shut up. Yeah, barely.
How is she underweight? Because she just, I don't know. She just doesn't. She's just super fluffy. But yeah, she's quite skinny. She's just very, very much long hair. Spielo and the Overwatch rainbow damage control back at it again. Dude, freaking Metro was getting cooked in the replies, bro. Dude, the best part about that tweet, the absolute best part about that tweet is that it was the most... I checked it last night, and I found... Or was it... When did I check it? Was it... It might have been this morning. I honestly can't even remember. It was... I found the most Twitter discussion ever. The most Twitter discussion ever. So for those of you guys out of context, like Metro... Overwatch. We don't have the resources to get there just yet. A very clearly out of context thing of me saying that, like, this is how, like, listen. But this is a step in that direction. Like, this is not this change, but like the theory of like, what are we trying to accomplish? And it's funny because this entire clip is me being hypercritical of the patch. But I'm basically saying that this is where we should be, but this is not where we're at, right? Well, Metro takes it out of context because somebody shared it with him, I assume, out of context. And, you know, you could post the full clip, and I won't, you guys can, it's the reply to this thing, whoops, is the full clip. But if you go to the full clip, the context, it basically says, I'm saying, hey, this is out of context, here's the clip, and so on. Well, somebody in the replies goes, nah, that shows how bad the community at this game is, and the clip is taken lightly out of context. So I'm telling the truth. A clip taken out of context show how bad the community is at the game. Yup, in the clip, and you prove my point. What? This is an ex-Al coach. Means he's retired. What? No. Wait, where's the response here? Ignorance is what he is spreading on that clip. I do not care what here anyone says. Plus, you just proved my point. Just look at the... Look at it! It's right there! No, I'm not looking. Look at it! Open your eyes! There's literally there's a monster right there. Nah. This just proves how dumb you are. It's right there! Look at it! No. This just... You're proving my point right now. Look at it! It's right there! No. You're just proving my point. Look at it! I mean, we're not making fun of Metro here, because Metro's clearly like, you know, he's just scrolling around, right? But like, I mean, are you insane? Look at it! Use your eyeballs! I mean, really, yeah, it's insane. It's actually insane. It really brings out the lowest common denominator, not lowest common denominator. It brings out the lowest denominator? What's the term? It brings out the low in people, because like, basically people that, every like unfiltered thought gets put onto social media, and so you see all like everyone has like dumb thoughts, but like they're projected to the world, and then what happens is then people will double down on like, oh man, like I have said stuff, I'm like, oh, why did I say that? Like that was dumb, right? But then people will get defensive because people will call them out on it, right? Because usually most of the people will like filter their thoughts, but just blah 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 blah. Somebody calls you out on it. And so what people do is they get defensive and they double down on it. So Well, I know the lowest common denominator is a mathematical term. I know, but I wasn't sure if I was, yeah. So it's just funny. It's funny because people, like, very rarely do we have a situation where somebody will say something stupid and they just double down on it. But in social media world, because a lot of things are said are stupid because they're not, people don't think, it's just like he double downs. Like, why is he double downing on it? Like, it's wrong. He said it wrong. Like, it's not even, but he's double down. So I don't know, man. The best part about the clip is that one of you rats, actually clipped it out of context on purpose, because it's clearly on purpose. And then shoot, what was I gonna say? They deleted the clip too. Somebody found the clip, and they deleted the clip. They were like, they shared it and then deleted it, so I couldn't find who it was. It's just it was funny. It was funny. Yeah, okay. Here's where I'm always torn with. I don't care what Metro thinks, because I think Metro is clearly trolling. Like, Metro is clearly trolling. Like, it's just funny, right? But then I'm always like, dude, there's like a 1% of people are gonna see that and like take it seriously, and it's gonna like make my reputation. Do I care about that? It's like, gosh, like, these are the questions that we didn't have to ask ourselves 30 years ago. Maybe we did, and I freaking hate it, man. Seriously. Dude, I'm not Metro, but it's Metro using it, and there's like, dude, I don't know, man. I don't know. No, I don't care that much, Paul. I don't care about that. I don't care that much. Well, I'm above them. I don't care about Metro. Like, again, like, Metro's just trolling. But it's like there's a certain percentage of people who might get the wrong impression. I don't know. I think it's hard to paint everybody with a broad brush in that far. Because do you guys remember Cassidy's girlfriend, the one that did the thing that looked like bait? I found them like a month later. Do you guys remember that? I don't know if you guys remember that. I found them like getting a request for coaching on somebody tagged me in it, and they were legitimate. They were legit. Like, they were really trying to improve, and they just thought that my coaching was bad. They were not baiting, So I don't know. All right, let's get into our thing here. This is Platinum. Yeah, the one thing I think that you can't do is you can't change everybody's opinion about you, even if it's unfair. I know that as much. But I'm like, is it worth my time defending myself? You have to kind of choose your battles. You know what I'm saying? Believe they must be a sheep. Yeah, but see, that's such a broad statement. Do you think every Metro Twitter follower is a sheep? I mean, come on, That's exactly what I don't want to do. I don't want to paint with a broad brush here. So anyway, okay, we'll move on here. Sojourn Echo Tracer. This is Plat. I'm switching from Sombra OTP to Sojourn Echo Tracer. I just need a specific topic to train. Biggest weaknesses would be timing, but in general, the four are very different skill levels. I have somewhat different time VOD reviewing my games because I see it's not working, but I never know if it's my fault, if it's just bad aim or a bad habit. Posture check. Thank you, Rat Gaming, for spamming the posture check. Okay, enough. Okay. I play Overwatch 4 hours daily for over a year. Oh yeah, guys, is Yoshiki here? Where the frick is Yoshiki Gaming? Yoshiki Gaming, I think, is actually streaming this. Yoshiki Gaming. Frick. Oh, Yoshiki Gamey. Are you streaming this? Yes, I'm streaming my stream. Wait, I gotta pull up your stream here. So you guys should go give Yoshiki Gamey a follow. Yes, there. Follow Yoshiki Gamey. There. Make sure you follow. Okay. Okay, going back to the thing here. I've streamed Overwatch 4 hours daily for over a year. Okay. Nothing really, just have more fun training something specific than tilting over not winning. I'm stupid. I have too much ego. I tilt easily, and I don't have much drive. What do you feel is holding you back from improving? I'm stupid. I have too much ego. I tilt easily. I don't have much drive. Okay, well, I appreciate the honesty. Well, get big respect. I would argue that you're not stupid. Very few players I know. In fact, some of the better players are stupid. Too much ego. I mean, we'd have to be specific about that. I tilt easily. I don't have much drive. Okay, there's a lot to unpack here. Let's just focus on what you need to do to improve. Keep in mind that being a streamer, there will always be the problem of slightly distracted gaming. I can definitely attest to that. My most serious sessions, okay, mask off, guys. When I'm playing on stream, I'm not playing with full seriousness. That is the reason why when I'm trying to grind Venture Sombra, I did most of it off stream because it's much more boring. There's a lot less raging. So that's like kind of the part of the tax that you pay is that like you do compromise a little bit of your improvement when you're streaming. That's just generally the case most of the time. I'm not responding to you guys. So that's just definitely sleep looks good. Let's take a look at some echo stuff here. Okay, let's do this. Okay, audio's fine. Is this all echo? Echo. 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 Okay, great. Echo. I'm not coping. You guys are coping. You guys you're coping because you can't possibly think that anybody could play Overwatch with a calm state of mind. Like perfectly analytical, surgical, scientific, medical, doctorate, bachelor's. You know what I'm saying? Yo, thanks, man. Like 30 minutes. So, Echo is something we yeah, I have to coach. Yeah, if you can, that'd be great. Thank you. That was almost lethal. Thank you.
Sorry, I was trying to be careful.
This is Platt. Big thing with Echo. Two things we're going to talk about today. Cycles. So, stickies specifically. I think beam is kind of sort of important, but really stickies and flight, two most important cooldowns. Going for a cycle of pressure, more passive on the angle, cycle of pressure, more passive on the angle, and so on. And then dynamic range, which is something we talk about with every Echo session, and it deserves repeating. The dynamic range is that I can poke out Winston, I can poke out Reaper. Heck, I could even poke out Echo Hanzo, Ana if the angle is kind of right, but it could be hard. In many ways, I want to close the distance when I have my stickies on Ana, Echo, Hanzo, but I don't really have a lot of reasons to close the distance on many of the other characters. And that's just par for the course for Echo. The dynamics of Echo is knowing that you could pretty much position on any angle that you want, but you have to choose what angle depending on the enemy team's setup. Like, for example, right now, if I was playing this right here versus, like, let's say a Winston Reaper Tracer, I might pop myself here for just a few seconds and just unload damage. Just unload, right? Because nothing's going to poke me out. I look at this here. If I do that here, there's a real chance Ana and Zenyatta or Hanzo gave me problems. So for you, you might play a little bit more like a flanker in terms of you might close the distance just a little bit. Ryan, you're cooked. You are an absolute degenerate. So for you, how are you going to find the dynamics in that execution? Yes, this is the latest patch. All codes got wiped. So, like, for example, here you're kind of playing your distance, poking out Winston. Love to see it. I don't mind the stickies there. Now, where should we go here, chat? Where should we go here? Where is an angle that I can... Well, let's leave it an open question. Let's leave it an open question. We'll just stop there. What do you guys think? Next high ground? Yeah, we could take poke angle here because the Zenyatta Hanzo don't have sightlines. We could rotate to here. It's a little close to the Winston. We could deepen our flank and go for a sticky cycle here because we do have our stickies now and we have our flight. Yeah. Like, the thing with Echo is you can literally take almost any angle that you want, right? So where are you going to go? And I think the problem here is I don't think you took as much space as you could have. I know you use your flight here. I don't think you could have saved your Doomfist. Frankly, I think your Doomfist screwed up and I think he's dead. But you could have actually walked forward here or flanked forward here while you were waiting on your cooldowns anyway. Yes, Ryan, I could vouch, is a very healthy looking young man. Firm jawline, spicy glutes. I can firmly vouch for Ryan in all aspects. We hung out together in IRL. We held hands, jogged through the grass. It was great. Okay, so yeah, and then it continues here. So right now, Doom is dead, yes. I like the poke angle on Winston. Obviously, unfortunate use of the stickies on the beam here. But like right now, when the Hog comes back, or the Doom comes back as Hog, what's the next angle? What's the position? You see, this is okay, but you can't stay here for too long. Ryan face reveal when? I'm not telling you. All right, what now? What now, chat? Where's the angle? Where's the angle? Where's the angle? Where can we poke out Winston safely? Where can we stage cycles of pressure on backlane? It's the same thing, right? You could poke out Winston from here. You could poke out Winston, from I don't even know, like here, similar to where we were before. We could set up a dive cycle here. We could set up a harder flank. There's options. You're gonna have to take risks. Ernest Kalimov. Yes, good stickies, by the way. But a lot of what we're doing is we're super. It took us 60 seconds, but we got a little bit creative. All right, sauce it up. And by the way, the Mercy Pocket does not change things. It might make you play a little bit more aggressive, but try to not let your Mercy Pocket shift how you play the game. It just allows you to do what you normally do, but do it even more. With or without a Mercy Pocket, this is the play. Checking our team's positioning, and drop. You coward! Where do we go? So first things first, probably would have preferred to start on high ground here and do the exact same thing instead of going on the floor, but we'll let that micro detail go. What do we do? Right, disengage to cover or an angle. Do not do this. Let's watch this from our blackboard here. You guys see it? All right, guys. Do you see the problem here? Crossing through the open. It's better to just live on the angle than it is to cross in the open. Yes. Live on the angle. Don't go back to your team. It is in our brain. You know what it is? It's like what's the effect when people like panic under pressure, like in IRL situations, right? This is for whatever reason, this is the panic mode. Like we just run back to our team. No. You should die here, or your Mercy should die here because of the positioning. And the worst part about it is now that you've done a good flank, good pressure, great progress. Keep us updated. You're now in a worse position to do it again. If you kite, fight or flight. If you kite this way, you can continue to apply pressure and your stage for the next engage. Now, not only did you risk you and your Mercy's life, but you're now in a really, really bad spot to do it again. Go under. Yes. I like this. Obviously a little awkward with the missed shots here, but this is okay. The only thing I would say here is we should have been here sooner. We could have maintained more pressure on the angle for longer. Obviously, my guy just freaking hurdles the stickies, which kind of sucks. But yeah, that's it. Now be careful. This is too long. I don't like this. Don't toss your stickies like this. Yes, good. Find cover. Oh, a little long for Hanzo. All right, go back. Nah, stop. Okay. I know stickies are a 6-second cooldown. How would you feel about shifting in and beaming this in? You could. High risk, high reward. I don't think it's necessary. I think you can get like a medium reward, low risk play there, so you might as well take that. It's a better ratio. You get what I'm saying? Let's stop being brain dead with our stickies. I don't know why we're speaking in the hour terminology here, but yeah, let's not. You know that you should probably close the distance on this Hanzo right here, and you're probably going to fly up here. So why would you use your stickies, then close the distance? This happens so much with Echoes. I see this all the time. I think it's just because it's a lower cooldown. We just kind of tend to throw it. And I think it's because we occasionally do throw them at range, right? But if you know that you're going to close the distance, why sticky? Close the distance first, then sticky. Yeah, so if the enemy Winston chases me and or they're on Trace or Sombra, then I don't necessarily have to go for these crazy flanks. I could do what we talked about earlier, which is still take an angle and just put a lot of range pressure, put a lot of poke, because I panic and press all the keys at once. And see, that's the problem right there. I don't want this information to go in one ear, out the other. I want there to be a couple of things that you can really just get your canines right on and stick with it and work with it for an entire stream day. One or two things, right? Like really, even just something as simple as like, I'm not going to brain dead spam my stickies, right? I'm going to think about, am I going to close the distance? Okay. And then be really deliberate with my placement. That's a really good skill to have. But it doesn't make sense to close the distance after you've already, and even here. So I want you guys to think about this as well. We chase because we beam. But honestly, if we knew we had copy here, I think I'm just popping it here. I think I'm going, and not just, deciding in the moment. I'm at 95% ult charge. I'm going into this fight with the intent of I'm going to take a more aggressive off angle and copy whatever I can now that I have copy. I don't mind the idea of copying here. You're going to get a lot of value. By the way, do you notice how, again, we go back towards our team? You guys notice that? The panic? You have copy. You're good, mate. Live. Go back. Even if you die here, I'd rather die here than die here. In addition, your job is to pull resources this way, away from your team, not towards them. This is a lost fight. Should be, anyway. Hit the nade. Good. Yeah, you're stuck in a small... And do you see why this feels so bad? Look at where you are. Look at where you are. Look at you. Look at you. Look at you. Look at you. Why are you here? Because this is where you place yourself. A lot of your problems are starting and ending with where you're choosing to set up your positioning as Echo. Your creativity with how you're approaching fights with your verticality, with wrapping around, and your tendency to, when things get a little bit tricky, to run back to your team. It doesn't matter if it's in the open. It doesn't matter if they're far away. It doesn't matter even if you want to stay on the angle. You just run back to your team. That's causing a lot of issues. It's giving up opportunities to secure pressure, to secure picks, and it's getting you killed. Not to mention things like space and so on, right? Creating space. It's fine. Now you're about to close the distance relatively soon, so I probably would not use my stickies again. See, even this here, it's like, fine, I guess, but is this where you want to be right now? Why would you not want to take the angle here? Why would you not want to consider doing the angle here? Why not go to here and then jump fly up from here? There's options, right? When should you go back to your team? When there's a safe path to do so and or you need healing. But even then, I'm not really sure. Like, very, very rarely. Very rarely. I'd have to think about that one a little bit. I could see there being some circumstances when you're low and they're very close and it's convenient. But if it's inconvenient to go back to your team, the answer is never. Never. Yeah. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Volens. I don't disagree. Yes. Brainless stickies. You know you're going to close the distance again. Where are we going to reposition to? I'm going to give you some credit here. I better not be disappointed because I might actually weep right on stream. But where do you think this Echo is going to reposition to? I have a prediction. I think this Echo is smart. Going to go top left, right? It's going to happen. We're going to get on our angle up here. We're going to get on top of that on. I think we're going to... So again, it's another circumstance where we're going to be in a situation where we're going to be close for stickies. And so we're sticking and then getting close. Backwards. Okay, never mind. Womp, womp, womp. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. Well, we got our stickers back in. Okay. Ah! Okay. Why go for hard stick when easy stick do? You get what I'm saying? These guys are closer. Use them here. It's not so much about, tank versus squishy. It just can matter of convenience, right? I don't mind I like the positioning though. Do you see this is like the perfect Echo angle, right? Because you could poke out the tank and then dive the squishies. And you get to choose whatever one you want to do. I'm waiting there for my team to push up before walking there. Right, but look at where your team is. Your team is here. We're fighting. You can take the angle. You need to wait for your team to fight. Don't wait for your team to push. Do you understand? Because they might not push. You take the angle as long as your team is engaged. Now, that doesn't mean int. Use cover, be cautious. But if your team is fighting, you should be fighting on the angle as well. So I love this positioning from you. I really love it. Great job. Great. Fly away from the Reaper. Create the distance. Need to be a little bit more precise with our stickies there, but I love it. You can definitely tell, like, the difference in this fight has been where you have been. Okay, so where do we go now? Where do we go now, chat? Where do we go now? So first off, we get off of cart. Well, I guess it's fine now because somebody has to be here. That's exactly it, Paul. Paul's got it. Paul definitely eats his Wheaties. You get what I'm saying? All right. We know where the fight's going to happen. So where should we go? Yes, drop ship. Drop ship. We need to get there. We need to get there now. We need to get there now so we can poke out this Reaper. Now. We need to get here now. 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 You need to get here. Prioritize the position first. Then you could do stuff from the positioning. You get here first, you poke out the Reaper. The Reaper has to drop. Then you go for the backline here. We're trying to skip steps here. A burst assassin? Yes, thank you, Erotic Torbjorn. But yes, the big thing here is that you should have been here already. You should have been here legitimately 3 or 4 seconds ago. Then we have no problem poking out Reaper because he's far away. We poke out Reaper, we use our stickies, force him out, then we can do whatever we want, right? But the big thing here is just set up. I press shift and watch Spilo. Yeah. Okay. Where's the angle that we can play here? This is going to be rough. There's a lot of things that could poke us out. This is a very open space. So you're going to need to be really creative here. With what we know right now, chat, what do you see? What do you guys think? Cheers. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I don't know if I really... Never mind. There's a joke in there somewhere. Okay, where do we go? Oh yeah, that's right. We do have copy. That's true. So we could sneak like under here and just fly right to ship. Doesn't matter if they push me. I can just copy. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, absolutely. We could. You could. I'm wondering if we could do the similar aggressive play here. If you didn't have copy in a mercy pocket, maybe you'd kind of fly underneath here, look for a small contest in the Hanzo, then drop. But basically, eventually trying to find some way to break this with an angle that you could take. It's difficult. Thank you, PK. Do you see it again, by the way? You see it? We sticky. I know we had like a cool sightline there, but you sticky and then close the distance. I don't mind this. I respect it. Did not need to rush the copy. I want you to shoot your entire clip's worth until you need to use copy. Because you will burn this diva so much faster and echo. So much easier. So the copy is fine. The position is fine. The timing of it is not fine. You didn't need to rush it. And so now all you have to do is just kind of live here. Because you're baiting 2 people's attention. And you're going to get your bomb too. And so now that just wins high ground. And now you have high ground. Where do we need to be, chat? Yeah. It's good, just don't push too far. So, you being here is definitely aggressive. All I need you to do is play your cover a little bit better. And I think you could probably argue as well that dropship would still be better, just because of the verticality and a little bit more distance between yourself and Reaper. The problem here is just a little too naked. Just a little too naked, that's all. But yeah, probably still in the dropship. I just need spell to see it, like who else says. Yeah. No comment. Is copy similar to primal? Yes. Great analogy. You do what you normally do, and then you do more. So much so that I'm a big advocate of not worrying about copy target, more about copy position. Better to compare to Doom Ult? Yeah, that's true. It's fine, we were just here a little bit late. I like the closer angle if you play cover well, your threat is higher. Catch your mercy, and then we can rotate. This is exactly what not to do. Take up top. As long as you have distance between yourself, the Diva, and the Reaper, you can put pressure, poke here, and then you save your stickies to duel the Reaper, or duel the Diva, you know? I know you're like, oh, duel Matrix. Yeah. Use all your abilities before you copy, but also, like, ask yourself, after you've used all your abilities, do I need to copy? Because I found myself so many times like using all my abilities and expecting to get my copy force just because I was planning on it, and they don't shoot me, and I'm like, okay, we're just gonna keep shooting and keep shooting and keep shooting, and I don't even use copy. We just win the fight. It's like, you know, go with the intention of using it, but if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. I like this angle. Get up top. Good. A little greedy with that peek there. Now, don't second guess yourself. You were here, you need to drop here. And this is where you need to be. And hold the high ground here. Or duel the Reaper. He's coming after you, you need to get him. Good. You could have avoided that. You could have avoided that. This is just poorly played mechanically, but it wasn't necessarily a problem. Can you show what keys I have to keep on for easiest watching my replays? Thank you. Thank you, Poke. Thank you, Poke. Is that the 2-minute video, Poke? Yeah, okay. Let's keep going. So a lot of dumping stickies without as much aim as I think you can put them. And then crucially, dumping stickies, perfect. Dumping stickies before we close the distance. Not enough creativity with how we're taking angles and the tendency to panic back towards our team. We'll keep an eye on the copies. I think we can also prioritize our position with the copy as well. What is it? What is it?
I'll show you.
Hang on, chat. We got a box. Is that the medicine ball?
Will you see what color it is? It's so pretty. Look at it.
Whoa. I didn't know that's what we were getting.
Yeah. This is what you wanted, right?
Yeah. I didn't know it was that big.
Pretty?
It is pretty.
Chad, look at this. It's so pretty.
It's not pretty. It's just a medicine ball.
It's really pretty.
It's a great self-defense weapon.
You had that coming. No lies.
Pretty aggressive angle here. Chat, what do you immediately notice? How heavy is it? Yeah, how heavy? 14 pounds?
Yeah, I went middle of the road.
All right.
You can slam it on the ground.
What is our advantage range-wise? Is our advantage versus this composition range or mobility? We still will be using our mobility, but what's our serious advantage versus this comp? Oh, so pretty. What is it? A dress? A painting? A book? No, a medicine ball. Never change, Pepper.
Wait, what?
Matt says.
What did he say?
Matt says, so pretty. What is it? A dress? A painting? A book? No, a medicine ball. Never change, Pepper. Yeah, range, right. And I also like that somebody added verticality as well, because I think that there's definitely some verticality available at the enemy team, but it's something we have a slight advantage here and there. At least we can avoid things like Moira and Tracer, right? So, yeah, like we want to be taking angles here still. Yeah, exactly, Ashiki. So, but I think we could poke these guys out. That doesn't mean that, the thing is that when people hear me say that, they'll again, oh, we'll stay here and poke. No. We do things like this. We poke here. Dive me. Come on. Please dive me. Please dive me. Poke. They dive me. I disengage. I fly and take a different angle. That's what made Sojourn so strong in pro meta for so long. It wasn't just her kit with Rail. It was the fact that she could take so many angles versus dive characters and just slide out. You are a poke character with a defensive cooldown. Play like one. Poke with cover. Disengage. Yes. See, but the problem is do you see this? This is too tight. I think we can be a little bit broader here. I think we could even be more aggressive, poking out here. You see this? Come on. What are they gonna do? Dive you here? I'm not gonna kill you. Hitscan character with a flex DPS kit. And in many ways, yeah. Mobility allows you to leverage your range. Yes. And you see, we've really not applied pressure on the enemy team at all. The thing is, it's not just something that you can do, it's something that you have to do. Because if you do not, the enemy team will be on full HP on their engage, and that's what's happening over and over again. I spoiled it in the question. My bad, man. It's called leading the question, guys. All great interviewers do it. Right? Where should we be? Where should we be? Where should we be? You get what I'm saying? You see the problem here? Maybe here. Maybe here. Maybe here. Maybe here. Yeah, somewhere high, right? There's a couple of options here. Another lazy sticky. I mean, if I'm Winston here, I'm literally salivating, partly because I have a medical condition, but also partly because there is like really no like your Cassidy's doing a little bit, thankfully, But especially without your Cassidy here, there's no pressure on me at all until I dive. Like, I can enter at full HP every die. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're just, you see, like, you can't see anything. That's it. Like, you guys are talking about, like, why angles matter? It's right here. You can't see anything. It's hard to follow them back, but you don't necessarily need to follow them back. If you're here, your supports can see you. That's all that they need. There's a major problem here. And we're here now, but the problem is that it took us a cooldown to get here. And so now there's a window of vulnerability here. In addition to that, I don't think we necessarily have to go for these close the distance dive bomb strategies, although they're not always bad, because we don't need to do that. We could just poke out the Winston. We could poke out the Reaper or the Tracer. Just poke, depending on the situation. I mean, you can function up close, but that's kind of where they're going to have the advantage there, right? A lot of this is just stressful because we're not utilizing our verticality and we're not utilizing our range. Yeah, this is Champ 2. No, this is Platinum, bottom left. Where should we go? Get off the ground. Get off the ground. You need to get off the ground. You're too close to these characters. You need to utilize the verticality of your character. You're utilizing the range here, but this is awkward. You're getting shoved into a locker. And you're dead. Or your team is dead. Because this is just a devolved fight. There's little to learn from that point besides mechanics. Where should we be? Where should we be? Where should we be? Think about it. Dropship, it's not contested. You can poke people out, right? You can poke people out from here. Yeah, you got it. You got it. There we go. So lazy with the stickies. Relax. Relax with your stickies. You do not need to rush them. We need you here. We need you here, right? I think you're thinking from angles exclusively as an opportunity to set up a one-shot combo in the backline, but that's not the only thing that you can do. You can just use an angle to just press mouse one. Bootstraps pull to press people point. Contest that. You hit some nice stickies. Contest that. Don't give that up. You're not controlling space. Like if I had to put it in a nutshell, like some of your struggles, you're not controlling space. You're not taking enough angles. And when you do, you know, did you guys, I don't know if you guys saw the Genji review. I had a Genji review where it's like you refuse to take angles and you use your dash to compensate for your lack of proper positioning. Because you don't close the distance, you just dash in. You don't creatively approach the problem. You just slam your fist into the throat and it either works or it dies. It feels a lot of what's happening here. And this is like a great snap frame of that, a freeze frame, where it's like we haven't really taken anything here or here. We've just kind of shifted in, gone for a combo, and if it works, it great. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And it's probably not going to work. So imagine this situation, but instead we're approaching from here with our flight and our stickies and everything in our back pocket. It's very direct. This is better. This is better. This is better. The only difference is do that exact same thing, but from a position of verticality where you have a better disengage tool. Imagine this fight, but from here to here. How much safer you would be. How much better it would be. How you could deepen your angle or disengage if they dive you. Yes, exactly, Poke. Everybody has the responsibility to control space in Overwatch 2. There's not a single hero in Overwatch 2 that does not have a space control responsibility. Not even Mercy. And again, it's on the nose. It's directly in. So I'm going to take some notes for you. Control angles, read enemy comp, map, and experiment more with controlling space. Range, verticality, etc. Doesn't always have to be deep flanks, but control space. Cycle your aggression around your flight stickies, which means that it doesn't mean that you don't take an angle if you don't have, you know, your flight of 60. It just means that you might play a little bit more passively with cover. You have your cooldowns, you turn up the aggression, you then disengage. You turn up the aggression, you kind of get these cycles of pressure. Work at being more thoughtful with your sticky timing and placement. Low cooldown, but avoid using, then closing the distance 2 seconds later. A lot of how you're positioning. Do you have any questions, Yoshiki? I think most players don't understand the concept of space very well. That is very, very true. That is very true. We're slowly working at that, right, chat? Surely. I definitely find nowadays that people have a much better understanding of space than at any time in Overwatch's history. And I think a lot of that goes into Overwatch 2, which has done a really good job of kind of forcing people. It's been a little bit of a survival of the fittest. You get what I'm saying? Either you get it or you don't. Sounds good? Okay. What I'm going to do, chat, is before we jump into our tank discussion thing, 350, I'm going to play one Echo game and try to, whenever I'm trying to get in the habit of whenever there's a character that I can at least somewhat replicate some of what we talked about, I like giving a bit of a visual example instead of just being like, well, you should have played here. You should have played here. We'll do a quick Echo game. And then we'll talk about tank theory. We did Echo on the alt account for a little while. So as always, you guys know I'm not a good player. I haven't been a good player for 6 years, really. I don't play the game. But I can definitely demonstrate many of the concepts, even if it's not perfectly well done mechanically. So 40-0, surely, we get it. Thing of space is backwards and forwards, i.e. tempo. That's true. That's true. Yeah, that's a great way of putting it right there. If space is definitely like, we need to push in to make space. What about push around? That's great. Even 6 years ago, I mean? Hey, listen, buddy. I smurf your peak 6 years ago. Oh, this is not a good Echo point. That's okay. We'll still play it. The tank theory discussion about is going to be about a lot. I'm going to be playing devil's advocate to my own initial critiques. I'm going to be trying to read the philosophy of what the developers are trying to do with this patch. I'm going to maybe find some truth in what they're trying to do or something worth experimenting with. And I'm also going to read some of the criticisms of my initial criticisms.
Mission readiness protocol.
Hey, listen, 2018 GM, everything's relative, buddy roll. This isn't season 3 GM. You get what I'm saying?
A lot simpler when I was robbing banks with the Deadlock gang.
So I'm gonna start aggressive. Deep. By aggressive, I mean wide. I'm gonna start wide, not forward, but wide. I'm gonna assume there's something that I'm gonna be able to poke and pressure on, something I'm gonna be able to close the distance on from this position.
How fortunate for you.
4, 3,
Team is here.
1.
I have some limited. I hear Baptiste. Ash, I can definitely close the distance on this. I'm gonna play around my sticky cycle here. Oh dear. Oh, we're already down our healer. Oh dear. Okay. So like I said, mechanics. So the cycle there should have been to sticky her first and not worry about Pylon. Pylon was pointless. If I get the full stickies there, she dies anyway. So they're in Sombra now, I gotta be careful. I think the Sombra's either underneath me or I'm gonna create some space here, but I'm gonna wait for my tank to walk, and then I'm gonna create space. My tank is here, we take space. Tank is here. There's the dynamite. I don't want to go on the floor here. Now they have to make a choice. There's pylon. Too far. How can I close the distance? Okay, well. Made that... Okay, I needed to be thinking a little bit faster there. So Summer's gonna be pushing her, so I need to be careful. Okay, we're down a few here, so ball's gonna push me. Oh gosh. Maybe? Is there dial-up router sounds? Alright, buddy. I don't think Summer's gonna spawn camp because I still heard her there. No way. Wait, I got her. Yeah, this is a bit of a snowball. Yeah, good idea, slow decision making. Well, that's it. You can't have both until you've done it 100 times, because really thinking in game is generally very limited. So you kind of already have to have made the decision 100 times to be able to make it an effective speed in game, especially in a game like Overwatch. I'm gonna commit to this.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Ash.
Oh, the plane was there, I'm not gonna lie with you guys. Oh, I didn't get packed. Hey, listen, most of Spylo Let's demonstrates have gone pretty well. This has been the exception.
Ascending.
Team has also just gotten like freaking rolled this entire game as well. Too far from me. Maybe create some space here. See, this is what you can't do. I'm just stuck in a small room. I'm not holding or creating any space whatsoever. But I actually can't even now. It's too late. I've made my bed. Now I have to lie in it. Oh, frick. Yeah, it was too late. I love you too. I didn't even realize you were leaving. Sorry. Yeah, I needed to roll out left side. I did not think that they'd push this far forward. I'll get it. Don't worry about it. Okay, thank you. See, my Sigma is taking space here. Oh dear. No way. Frick, man. Missing everything. Frick. Yeah. We might have to give this one another one. Because I have missed everything.
Defeat.
Wait, why is somebody plugging their YouTube channel in this? Wait. Nah, there's nothing really to review. I think the initial starting spot was fine. I messed up the wrong combo with the stickies, and then on the retake, I made the right decision, but I made it too slow. The Ash should have died.
Love you for real.
I love you too. Then on the retake, I needed to be more decisive with like what I was gonna do on the high ground. I just kind of got like lost in the sauce. Lino, thank you for the sub. Congrats on the 2 years. Then on third point, early third, I probably forced a copy after the cap. I probably should have just disengaged and played more cautiously there. And then I needed to come out the different door. Like I just missed a lot of shots. John Prostate. What did John Prostate say? Listen to the haters? No, I'm not listening to the haters. Is it better to climb with a broken character like Farah? Just learn a better character? Just play what you want. If it's a broken character, fine. I've played a couple of broken characters when they were meta. I generally try to avoid it, but I've played a couple of broken characters. What have I played that was broken? Actually, I don't know. It might have been a long time since I played, but that's mostly just by chance. I would not be against playing a character that was broken. If it's what I wanted to play. Oh, Bastion. Yeah. Well, no, I didn't enjoy playing Bastion. I only did it for a very brief time. But yeah, if you play, great. If not, don't. I got The potato. Thank you for the sub.
Yay.
You said Mercy can take space earlier. Explain.
I am always ready to
Mercy can. Okay, so Mercy can enable space takers, is what it is. A lot of Mercy players will just like pocket a DPS, but the reason why pocketing a DPS is great is if that DPS is taking an angle or making plays, then it's really, really, really good, right? So Mercy is just more about enabling space takers. If your entire team is completely passive, then yeah, Mercy is rough.
unlock in 30 seconds. Remember, we don't give up. Advancing upward.
Me and my team's see, I'm taking a space here, but okay. That was odd. I don't even know where my Zarya is.
Winston reporting.
Oh, we didn't have a tank. Okay, I was wondering, dude. I legit felt like, bro, we felt like so squeezed out of space. I was like, why are we feeling so squeezed out of space? I did the thing I said not to do with you. It's okay.
On the move. That feels better. Thanks.
I don't want to chase.
Advancing
Screw it.
upward.
Here is an enemy.
Oops, I didn't mean to cancel that.
Your team is
Destiny beckons us toward our destination.
Please, please. Oops. Oh, that was my mistake. Smeedo and Vito are fighting again? Yeah, I saw it on Twitter. I think both have points, honestly, but it's like typical Twitter drama where I think like both have made like reasonably good points, but neither of them is arguing in faith.
gaining altitude.
I mean, actually that's not even there. I think Smeedo and the specific Twitter argument's been a little bit more bad faith. But not bad faith like purposefully, but like just not being purposefully. Like he's right, but like I don't know. Like there's just we can have nuance to the conversation. You know what I'm saying?
Adaptive circuits engaged. Genji.
Okay, buddy. This guy is sweating. Well, I would have to look at the argument again. I need to look at it again.
New neural pathways.
Here is an enemy.
Wasn't the purpose to showcase the angles? Yes,
Gaining
thank you.
altitude.
Got one here.
So I need to like keep my distance versus their tank line and DPS line. I think she might have sticky. But I don't want to be poked out by their support line, and this is where Echo gets complicated.
My soul will unify power push.
Taking flight.
New mission, Vengeance on the Genji? Yeah. Are they gonna contest from here? Let's try an angle from here.
On my way.
He just gonna push me, I think.
Go get him.
Looking for an angle. Where are we at? I don't even know where we are, man. Their backline is positioned so oddly. I need to think about that one again. Their backline was positioned on the wrong side, so we just kind of got free push, but I didn't adjust to where they were going.
No one can stop me.
What is wrong with you, Helios? Alright, buddy. Can I get out this way? Thought about starting to YouTube? I have. It's on our list of things to consider. I don't have the internet speed to consistently do it right now, but we're considering it. But there's a lot of products. But how am I 3 and 5? What is going on here?
Wait till you see me on my bike. From nature.
This guy's like, what is he doing? Like, take the verticality. Gotta keep my distance versus the Doomfist. Close the distance on backline. Go back up top. That. Beam is so bad, man. I was okay there. Like, I was able to close the distance on backline, just didn't finish the go. No, I don't think so, Poke. I generally advise against adjusting your playstyle versus who you're playing versus. Just do your job. Because it reads too much to him making a mistake. I don't like to try and see if he's gonna make a mistake. Sometimes, yes, but I would never do that as like a purposeful thing.
My ultimate is almost ready. On my way.
2 minutes remaining.
Force her off the pie. I did not copy in time. Frick, dude.
I can do better than that.
Close the distance. Take an angle. Might be stuck. Here. Oh, I was gonna sleep. Should be okay though.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Doomfist. 60 seconds.
Okay.
They have taken the
Kill.
robot. Birthday.
Gotta be careful here because I'm low.
Personality module.
Poke the tank.
Control of the robot. Move out.
Open my angles with Stupolos. They're gonna chase. They're gonna die for chasing.
Thank you for the assistance.
I missed my stickies. Tracer's here.
Over there.
He's low. I don't know what he's doing there. Keep my distance on Genji and Tracer. She's looking for the streamer stick. There's a recall. Nice. Keep distance from the Genji.
This is our last chance to block the robot.
Crap. Crap. I just lost the duel. I think, I'm trying to think what could have been. I mean, I needed to hit my shots there, but I felt like in that particular choke, I didn't have a really comfortable angle to be able to poke up the DPS without them closing the distance. Maybe if I'd played the opposite high. Yeah.
Dusting off.
I don't know why not.
Fixating on one.
Oh, nice. Gonna force ult. I'm gonna force ult here. Nice. Surely, guys, I carried. Popped off. Yeah, I mean, it's really just about managing your positioning, like changing where you're going, and then frankly hitting your shots once you're there. Just hitting your shots once you're there. That's pretty much all it is. Like the thing with Echo, like you could see there, a lot of it is like accuracy is like and I noticed this when I played a lot more Echo. It's like you have to hit the shots. Like you don't hit a lot of shots, but you have to hit like the Tracer duel, right? I cannot afford to lose that duel. I forced a recall early, and then I didn't actually win the duel. Like you can't do that. You just have to, if you force the recall early, because the thing is like I entered that fight at an advantage. I took a better position than she did. Her angle was really bad. She forced a duel on me. So she had to double blink or triple blink to close the distance, which means I get easy shots or easy stickies, which means she forces recall. I'm full HP. I have my shots and my beam. I have to win that duel. I have to win that duel. Because if I go into that fight with that advantage, because of my superior positioning, I should then win the duel. I don't hit the duel. I hit the shots. I don't win the duel. GG's, you know? So... yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Like, you guys know my mechanics. You know, I have flashes of brilliance, but it's like, it's just, the consistency of the gameplay isn't there enough. I remember watching, I had this moment of realization with my gameplay. When was it? When was the time I played Winston? Was it like a month ago? And I was like, dude, I look awkward playing Winston, you know? So, when that happens, you know you're washed. All right, I'm gonna get some food, and then we're gonna prep our tank discussion thing. Good morning, Frog. Yeah, let me change the title of the stream. Because I need like 10 minutes. Let me see you destroy some kids in Zarya? Maybe. What do you guys think of the collab so far? Do you guys like the skins? All right, let me see Poke. Yeah, that's pretty much it, Poke. It's just basically like, what's my advantage over Genji, Tracer, as Echo? It's really not my defensive cooldowns. It's my ability to kind of like poke, have like legitimate poke from range. So with my inferior cooldown, I just basically create an advantage just with my mouse one. Yeah, how much are the skins? Is it 25 bucks for one skin? That is pretty expensive. I'm a shill, so yeah. Maybe they're just testing it out. I don't know. I mean, it sounds like a lot from me, but I don't know what other games cost. Oh, they didn't do any unique voice lines? Yeah, that would be kind of unfortunate. Wait, League had a $500 bundle? You're joking. No way. What's the deal with Apex? What's Apex deal? That's insane, bro. Dang, man. I mean, I guess it makes sense. You have enough, like, legitimate fans that somebody has to be running the numbers on that, right? Like, we'll have, like, 1/10 of what we'd get if we charged 40 bucks for it, but it's more than 10 times more expensive, so we get what you get, you know? That's insane, Matt. Yeah, I mean, I think you can, I don't know. To me, it's naive have like pretend that things are happening in a bubble, like that global skin choices don't affect each other, you know, from different games. But it is hard. It's like, you know, I don't know. It's hard. It's hard. Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, we hit 50K last night. All right, what's going on? Let's stick our nose in other people's business. If Overwatch 1 was 5 failed roll-lock, it never would have won Game of the Year. I've been loved for this long. 6v6 has the special sauce, big moments, unique hero identity. And still expression via gameplay loop, but no other game has touched in 8 years. Hang on one second. Okay, sorry. I mean, again, I would say true, prop, and false. You know, like, I think saying that with the unique hero shooter format, with how unique all those characters felt, it never would have won Game of the Year. I mean, I don't know. That seems a bit hyperbolic for me. You know? I think the 66, in terms of the duo tank, like, had a healthier identity. Here's what 66 had. 66 had a healthier identity for its tank role. It was basically tanks were what they were now, but they were weaker. They were like beefed up space creators, but they weren't unkillable. And because there were two of them, it could function within the psychological framework. We'll talk more about that later. Maybe this is actually a good a frame start, you know? So, I guess Frito responds to 2016 Game of the Year Overwatch had its worst format ever, open queue, no limits, which is very true. That is, I mean, very true. The format was actually kind of pretty messy, right? But the game was still fresh, the game was still unique, and so on. And so few tank players, roll queue was required 3 years later. Jeff Kaplan, most Overwatch matches prior to roll queue were played with one tank or fewer. I think he said something else as well. I don't know where it is. Oh yeah. Unfortunately, we've reached a post-truth era of Overwatch where all negative sentiment is allowed to flagrantly rewrite history. As long as it is negative, anything can be said unchallenged. Not a fan of that. That is true. That is true as well. That's true. It's very easy to just, like, you can say anything negative. It's like the safest thing in Overwatch to say something negative. It is so safe from public criticism to say something negative about Overwatch. And yet there were more unique hero identities. I mean, maybe. That seems, again, like, that seems a bit tunneled. You know? I mean, Bastion, Widowmaker, Roadhog, sure. But also, many of those characters are still with us. You know what I'm saying? I don't buy this whole Overwatch 2 is homogenized thing. I don't buy that at all. I don't buy that at all. Like, if I ask you on paper, where? You know? Ways to express yourself, sure. And no insanely oppressive play for your heroes in the first person of your career. This is just totally... Like, Smeeto is one of the smartest guys, I think, in the entire Overwatch team. I know you guys don't love Smeeto all the time, but he really is one of the smartest guys. I would, if I had to hire, like, 4 or 5 people to have, like, serious discussions about Overwatch and, like, game design, Smeeto would be at the top of the list for me. But, you know, we're going to talk about this selfishly later today, about how I need to be careful about this as well. I'm not immune for this as well. But, like, you sometimes just, you can't say stuff like this, I don't think. I just don't. This is just not true. This is just you're too. This is why like you're too. This is why initially, until I talked with Samito a little bit more, I was not wanting to do a 5v5 6v6 debate with Samito because there's too much personal identity in that argument at this point. You know what I'm saying? He's not even wrong with 6v6, but you don't have to pretend that everything was good. Like we don't have to defend. We can defend 6v6. But we don't have to defend Overwatch Season 1. You know, like those, like that. Yeah, can we talk about that? They're not the same thing. Defending 6v6 does not mean that you like they're defending Overwatch 1. You know what I'm saying? Those are two entirely different things. One's a format, one is a game and hero design. You get what I'm saying? Like, you could be a 6v6 supporter and think that like a lot of the original Overwatch 1 character designs were really bad. I don't like how those two things are conflated together at all. It's just inaccurate, and it's really bad. Overwatch 2 has a depth of a kiddie pool with rock, paper, scissors. It's a worse game format. But it's, again here, this is just totally false. And we talked about this in our debate, like how I disagree completely that 5v5 has a lower skill ceiling. That's where we kind of had to agree to disagree. I think in many ways, with the tank, rock, paper, scissors, it might be exacerbated in some ways, but that's discounting the more importance of, we just talked about in the Echo review we just did, about every role now has more space creation. I think the support role, just by itself, has had a significantly more impactful ceiling and floor since Overwatch 2. The role is more powerful, yes, but it has a much more broad skill needed, and that was very apparent in the transfer to Overwatch 1. You guys remember how bad support players felt early in Overwatch 2 because they were bad. So, you know, this is a very complicated discussion, and I don't think that I'm going to give it due diligence, but I can say right now that this is not very accurate. And, you know, it's just like, I don't know. Everyone just this so defensive, you know? Counterpicking was even stronger in Game of the Year 2016, since Heroes had far more restrictive design before years of reworks towards self-sufficiency. This is true, but it doesn't discount the fact that one tank is easier to counterpick than two. No, not Subabi, thank you for the sub. So again, this is true with an asterisk. This just, Twitter doesn't allow, like, okay, this is the problem with this discussion. You can't have this discussion over Twitter. You can't have this discussion over Twitter. You can't have this discussion. There's it's not enough words. And this is the problem. And when you make it on Twitter, not only is it not enough words, but now you've opened yourself up. Look at this. There's 28 replies. And so now it's like Frito's personal identity. It's a public debate. So everyone's ego is more involved. You get what I'm saying? Everyone's there's like costs to being wrong here. Did Samito respond? Yeah, that's why you don't. I just know him. You just don't do this, man. Frito, you're honestly just contradicting yourself. Like, what restrictive design standards did 66 have compared to this game when you have tanks designed like Malga and counter-swapping even during 2016 it wasn't as much of a necessity compared to either now? I mean, it didn't need. See, this is again where it's. 66 had more character design options available in some ways. Maybe not in the support category. I've talked about that, how like in 66 there was, at least in the format, there was more need for support to do healing. But it is true that Overwatch 1 did have more restrictive design, but it didn't need to have more restrictive design. You know? You didn't need to. You didn't have to have Bastion and Junkrats and Widowmakers weren't necessary for Overwatch 1. They were just early designs, you know? These are subject to more complicated trade exchange, which is where Overwatch 1 was headed over years of time, with the launch of the simplest, but also the most 1v1 rock set. Most 1v1 rock. Yeah, 1v1, right. 1v1, true. But again, it's just like a layer of nuance that like you have to kind of like unpack these arguments. I mean, both. Both was restrictive character design. Both was restrictive character design. So anyway, again, it just annoys me when I see conversations like that. I'm trying to avoid that myself, because I think that there just isn't enough words. And now when you make it public, it now becomes like a competition. There's ego on the line, like if that was me, I would probably respond too, because I'd be like, yo, I'm getting cooked. That's not fair. Right. And so it becomes like more of a personal thing than it actually becomes like a good faith discussion. Yeah. So let's talk about tank. Let's change the title here. And let's talk about tank. My tweet says, this patch shows a concerning lack of understanding. Again, if you guys haven't seen the patch notes, please encourage you to do so. Tank does not need buffs. It needs to not be the center of attention of every person for every single fight. If you're going to make solo tank work, it's not with changes like these. You address pain points, in other words, weaknesses of the characters, and not necessarily flat buffs. And you continue to shift tank's visual psychological presence to represent something clear to the other roles. The problem with solo tank right now is it is more in the forefront of our attention than two tanks, because it is just as psychologically imposing, if not more so, because a lot of the characters have more expansive kits and larger health pools. A lot of the tanks are also visibly bigger, like Malga and Ramatra are massive. Jungle Queen being the exception there. And so what happened is being Overwatch 1, where tanks were the initial focus of the attention, that's the nature of the tank role, now is condensed into one tank. So one tank is taking the responsibility and the attention of two, which means that yes, you are tanking attention, but your ability to produce threat and actually secure plays is limited. People are saying, well, isn't this what tank is? Yes, but it is too far. It's like saying, oh, supports, you should just heal. Well, there's a balance between utility, damage, and healing. If your character only does one of those things, saying that, oh, well, you're just a damage dealer, that's all you do is damage, or you're just a support, all you should do is heal. No, like there needs to be a dynamics in what I'm doing. If all you're doing is baiting attention and baiting attention and baiting the attention of 5 people, most people don't like that. Most people don't like aggro manager 24/7, and that's partly where a lot of the role has struggled, period. People generally don't like being the unsung hero of the game. That's how it goes. So my argument is not that we should make tank not tank, it just should be shifted over a little bit so that they don't bait quite as much attention. They don't do their job quite as well, but it feels better to play. Water Saint, not the tank passive didn't make it palpably different. It's better if you analyze it, but it doesn't palpably feel better. That's the problem. Everything here is how it feels. This patch and paper should make counter-swapping and tank focus even worse issues, as it exacerbated tank strengths and weaknesses. So many of the buffs that they received didn't really buff the weaknesses. It just buffed things that they do, but now they do them better. And so now things like the Diva Matrix, like Diva's going to be even worse versus Zarya because Starry is even stronger, and her buffs did not help her versus Diva, and so on. Most tanks just got stuff that they already do. There's the example I gave. Reducing ult charge. This is exactly it. What I'm saying is a perfect example of a change that, while on paper works, does not discourage people from focusing tanks. Unless you're paying attention, it doesn't make you from punching. And you have to remember, the rule is, guys, we have to make good play intuitive. You have to make good play intuitive. If doing the right thing is unintuitive, you have a poorly designed game. Now, I'm being hard right now because I'm going to play devil's advocate in a second, and we're going to really unpack this, and I really want to figure out where I'm wrong and find vision. I gave some feedback this morning to the development team, and I said, I want to know what your vision is with tank. And so we're going to talk about maybe what that vision might be. The most promising change by far is the audio cues for armor, but unfortunately it seems so small, and so on. As always, you need to think and wait how things play out over time. I've seen it echoed by a lot of people. Obviously, this isn't a legitimate sample size, but it is interesting that most people don't really feel too much of a difference, and this is not a surprise. These kind of changes generally are not something, I didn't look at many of those changes and say, oh, tank feels terrible. Oh, tank feels great. Oh, raid boss. I mean, I think at points, yes, I think the Zarya one may be the most palpable one. But it's the spirit of the change. I don't think you have to critique a change just because it's felt. I think you need to understand what you need to critique the direction of the game. And the reason why you need to be able to do that is because the direction of the game, the more time you give it, is going to eventually pay dividends. Did this tank patch break the game? Probably not. But it shows that we may not be going in the direction that's actually going to make tank feel better. Yo, cheers, Brax. Yes.
Your whole characters doing multiple things is fun. Thought is why I kinda like Maugar. I hate Maugar because
I understand that,
Maugar is an
Brax.
absolute glue eater hero. But I love Cardiac's ally support.
Yeah, I agree. I got a great comment here from Wiki. He goes, doesn't tank want to be the center of attention? And this is, by the way, going to be the theme of today's discussion. The center of attention, soaking up attention resources from the enemy team so that the friendly team have room to make plays. That's exactly right. The definition of a tank is something that is a threat visually, psychologically, and legitimately so that it baits attention so that your team have room to make plays. That is true. Yep. And my response is that it has to be done carefully because the gameplay loop of 5-man counter-swapping focusing tank becomes essentially the tank and spank meme of MMOs, where all you do is you don't actually provide any direct threat, you're just manipulating attention and manipulating everybody's attention all the time. And that's just not fun for the tank population. This is why tank is generally not a very popular role, because this is the hero fantasy of tank in many other games and why those other games struggle, and just tank in general. Tank should be the initiator and should hold more attention than the other roles, but at the moment it's too far of the extreme in the 5v5 format. And that's the key thing. It's not that we need to redefine what tank does. We just need to find how much tanking should tank do before it gets ridiculous. The example I would give of what if we amplified Reinhardt's armor and shielding even more, but reduced his damage, made his hitbox even bigger, but reduced his damage. And that's kind of like where you'd go closer and closer towards the MMO, or at least the old school MMO format of tanking, which is basically just force taunting, right? Not great, right? Not a lot of people would be very happy with that. Not a lot of happy with that. Now, I had an old friend of mine who plays MMO tank. I have messaged a couple other people, but they're not online right now. And let me read off to you guys. I had a question for him, and I said, and he plays tank in MMO. And I said, question for you, what keeps tanking in MMOs interesting? I'm doing some game theory research on how the tank role in other games feels, and I'm trying to figure out what makes the role engaging and interesting. He goes, fight control and tactics execution in regards to positioning. So there's nothing here about damage. There's nothing here about threat. He is playing a traditional MMO tank, right? He's in the minority there. And so being in the minority, he enjoys the fight control, tactics execution in regards to positioning. Okay, so hang tight with me. And he goes, okay, he says, I guess I'm trying to see what makes tank appealing compared to DPS when on paper it's more dull. And this is what he says. He says, all DPS have to do is not stand in puddles, so an MMO thing, and press red buttons. And I said, so much more tactically demanding. Makes sense. And he says, in my opinion, yes. So basically his argument is that the enjoyment of tank is the tactics, the increased demand for tactics in your engagements and your decisions and what you can do, how you engage, how you hold the enemy attention, and how you position yourself. So I want you guys to think for a second. What are the most tactical and strategic tanks? On a macro level and on a micro level. What tanks come to mind here? What comes to mind? Winston, Wrecking Ball, Sigma, Diva, Reinhardt, Junker Queen. So many details you have to take care of. Not just dive, Doomfist. Yes. So again, what tanks demand the most tactical decision making and have the most choices, whether from a micro level or from a macro level? Right, exactly. And so their ability to tank is fun because There's so many choices that you have to make. Now, chat, what tanks are regarded partly accurately as not being tactically demanding? Right. Right. And I think that's where you have a problem here. That's where you have a problem. Even Ramatra, yes. That's where you have a problem. It's not that those tanks lack tactics in entirety, but when you compare the decision making of a Winston or even a Reinhardt and compared to a lot of these other tanks, it's a lot lower. And the reason why that's important is because that's what makes tank appealing to more traditional tank players, is the tactics. When I've coached thousands of tank players, and the consistent theme with all tank players is they really like strategy. They really like tactics. They like approaching the battlefield. They're often a lot more cerebral. They're often better communicators. They're more fight planners. And that's the problem, is when your role is dominated by easier to get value out of tanks, you're not just making the DPS and supports miserable. You're not making the people that you're trying to appeal to with the role frustrated. You get what I'm saying? There's just not as much tactics with many of those things. And I think that needs to be the direction. So let's play devil's advocate here. Let's pull up the patch notes here, okay? This is what happened with our patch yesterday, or day before yesterday, excuse me, okay? If you guys had to give a theme to this patch, what would you say? What would you say? What's the theme here? Sustain. Numbers go up. Make tanks better. Sustain, sustain, sustain. Okay. So here's what it is, okay? And I'm going to play devil's advocate, okay? The theme of Tuesday's patch was let's make tank strong. Really strong. Let's insert some words into their developers' mouths. I'm not 100% sure, but let's just roll with it, okay? Bear with me. They want to make tank strong, and they want to make tank almost indiscriminately strong. Maybe not even super specifically strategic about how they're placed it. Chat, if tank is not a popular role in 5v5, if tank is not a popular role in 6v6, if tank is not a popular role, is it acceptable to have tank as a whole, as a role, be overtuned? I don't know. I feel like the answer is no, but I don't know. I know many of you guys are going to say no, and I think so too, but I don't know. Would it be ruin the feeling of the game to have tank be strong? Here's the thing. Let me explain to you where I'm going with this. My thought process is this. If they went out flat out and said, tank is not the most popular role, we're going to make this role a little bit overtuned. And we're going to see how the overall people's satisfaction of the game go. Because there's a chance, guys, that if tanks are overtuned and people get kind of used to it, that people's enjoyment of the game goes up. There's a chance. Now, hang on, I'm not playing, saying how it was done was great, and we'll talk about that in a second, but there's a chance. There's a chance. Now, this is the question, though. If tank is going to be overtuned, and if you're going to make tank raid boss, but appealing raid boss, how would you buff tank? How would you buff tank? How would you do it? Go back to remember what my discussion with my MMO buddy, my traditional tank and spank guy. He wants to be tanky. He wants to be strong. He wants to bait people's attention to do the role of tank. How would you buff tank? You wouldn't remove weaknesses. Although I more skill expression. It's
Big
tactics. It's tactics, right? It's what would make the tank. Here. Let me give you guys an example. Do you feel more cheated by playing versus a good Orisa or Malga or versus a good Winston Diva? Right? It's going to depend on the person, but most people would be like less offended by being run over by a tactical raid boss. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, Diva, forget the Diva Matrix. I'm kind of with you on that one, right? But yeah. You see what I'm saying? So I think here, this is where you would need to, first off, you would need to buff the tactical aspects of the character, not just make them better. And I think they missed the mark with that. I think that this is just basically Diva was already good at it. It's not really something that's particularly thoughtful. Adrenaline Rush, I don't hate this one. And here's the funny thing. Is the Cardiac Overdrive change a less tactical or a more tactical change? I know Malga as a whole is still a very problematic character. I feel like it's more tactical. It might be broken in some situations. It definitely doesn't address a lot of his identity problems. I talked about my critiques on it on Tuesday, things that I would have done differently. But it feels more tactical. So ironically, one of the changes that people were crying about the most is the one that even on Tuesday, I was more apprehensive to trash this change immediately because it felt a little more tactical. You know, this is not tactical. The fortified duration. Giving Ramatra more raw armor is not tactical. If I talked about what I want from a buff, if we're going to make Ramatra raid boss, let's give him some tactical choices. You know, same thing with the Reinhardt thing, right? And so on. So what I want to see is not just flat raw buffs. If we are going to go with the archetype of what a tank does, let's make a much more tactical character. Have you guys seen any of my Doomfist Wrecking Ball rework videos? We talk about the weaknesses of those characters being CC. But we talk about how we don't want CC immunity like Orisa. But we want the character to be able to outplay CC if they do it correctly. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Whether it's a parry or something, there's a brief half a second window. I have this idea of like Doomfist can parry or he can charge up his empowered punch. He has to choose. Or there's like so many things that you could do with that, right? So it is a cerebral role that gives skill expression and outplayability if you're good enough without removing strengths and weaknesses entirely. And it feels like right now, my problem with the patch is if the philosophy of the patch was to go more tanky, we want more tanks to be overtuned, which I'm frankly not 100% certain is the play, but okay. Then those changes need to be crafted thoughtfully, so well done to actually allow that, to do that. More tools, not bigger numbers. Yes. I don't think this is solvable unless all the tanks are tactical. I agree. I think that you need to do this little bit by little bit. I don't think that you can have, okay. Let me cook. I was thinking in the shower today. Here's a question. Why do all tanks have to be... Have you guys heard me talk about tanks that are threats visually and the ability to manipulate attention for long periods of time, and tanks that are basically just DPS but bigger or better, you know, or fat? Why do we have to hold all tanks to the same bar? What if we let Junker Queen, we took away some of Junker Queen's HP, whatever, and we just left her as is? Why don't we have tanks like Reinhardt? You know, here's a question. Give Reinhardt, let Reinhardt be this big hulking, not just armor, but the ability to cancel charge and hit hard, but he can't, like, what if we had two types of tanks? Tanks that were closer to DPS, but more lethal, and tanks that were closer to these more attention manipulation that still have tools, but could do so for longer. The tank it already is like that right now. It already is. But the reason why that's important that's why we could adjust these in isolation, and that's also why we don't want passives universally applied. For example, you would want things like armor. You would want I'm trying to think of a good example here. You could lean. Okay, so you guys know how we talk about like the audio thing with armor, right? That would make it so that it's less attractive to shoot these fast, fat targets. But the lower squishy targets wouldn't need it because they're not going to be focused as much. No, not main tank, off tank. No, because that's not what off tanks and main tanks are about. Off tanks enabled space to be taken. Main tanks were the initiators. But you could have a very small initiator. You could have a very Doomfist as initiator. He doesn't need more beef. He's an initiator because he has incredible mobility. That off-tank, main-tank thing doesn't work. Off-tanks were the enablers. They enabled tanks and other people to take space and defended that space. Main tanks created space. Lethal tanks versus, I wouldn't say enabler tanks, but more like, brute tanks. Okay, we can roll with a really simplified adjective. You know? I don't know. We keep coming back to, if we're going to have a brute tank, it still has to be tactical in its execution. It still has to be tactical in execution. And the MMO that we're talking about here, that's already a thing. There's already a main tank and off tank thing when it comes to aggro management. And generally the off tank spends a lot more time buffing, enabling, and doing damage, whereas the main tank generally is the aggro target, but it still has to do so skillfully, right? And you can't really tell which one's more demanding. One maybe has more target swapping and more actual damage output, more skills to use, but the main tank has to make poorly or well-timed decisions a lot more frequently. But you have to address things. You cannot address things all at once. You know? So let's go to some of the criticisms here. So anyway, my point being is that like I think more than anything else, Alec Dawson, Josh No, whoever's out there, what is the vision with tank? Is it the vision for tank ubiquitously, or just talk to us? Like it's not just that there's a lot of talking here, but we don't know what the vision is, and that's my main criticism. It's not that you disagree with me. I'm okay with that. I'm not necessarily right all the time. I would still stand by my vision of I would probably move towards tanks being less visually imposing. But if they're going to be more visually imposing, it has to be tactical. It has to be tactical. You know, I think this is something that we have to move towards. I just feel like we don't know what the vision is. We buffed tanks, but what's the long-term goal? Remember the rainbow, right? What's the rainbow here? And I want to point out one last thing here as well. We also don't really have a vision for what their stance on counterpicking is. Because if you guys remember my interview with Alec, he was pretty transparent that the question is how hard do counters want to be? And the implication was that we don't want too hard counters. But if you guys notice something that's been echoed a lot on Twitter, and I do agree with that, is that we did not only not give mini tanks more tactical availability, tactical skill ceiling, but we also did not really address major weaknesses. Not minor weaknesses. Minor weaknesses are fine. That's just the nature. That's the flavor of the game. But we did not address major weaknesses almost at all. We did not. So we don't know. I don't think a single problem or a weakness of a tank was addressed with any of this. I don't think a single one of these changes addressed weaknesses or matchups, with the exception of maybe Primal Rage means that Winston doesn't get melted in Primal Rage versus characters like a Roadhog. It's all, they do the same thing and they do it better. You know what, Malga... Maybe. He's still very weak to sleep dart and anti-nade. I don't see the difference here, frankly. Maybe playing into Malga. I don't think a format change is happening, guys. I would be shocked. I would be shocked. I would find that to be sloppy leadership as well if that was the case. Because if you were going to go for, like, let's say they're going to go for 66. It's not going to happen, but it's going to go for 66, right? At least right now. This would not be the patch you want to do. You would want to start to ease tanks into being less visually imposing. I mean, maybe, I don't know. You wouldn't want to go in the opposite direction, and they were going to get whiplash going to 6v6, because if they want to go to 6v6, they'd have to axe everybody at the knees, all the tanks at the knees. Yeah, so anyway, long story short, we don't really have a vision of what they want from tanks, and we also, there's very confusing changes that they seem like they don't want to move away from hard counters, but then the changes themselves don't do that. At least not this patch. Not this patch. Has not done that. Putting the power of 2 tanks into 1. What this patch did was putting the power of 2 tanks into 1, but the tanks that you're putting into 1 are Roadhog and Zarya. You get what I'm saying? Like this is not a Winston Diva combined patch, right? This is a Roadhog and Zarya. This is a Ball Hog combination, right? This character is the same character and has no strengths. And you guys remember playing tank with that, right? Where you had 2 tanks that did not complement each other's synergy. So anyway. So there's a criticism to my initial tweet and competitive Overwatch. I didn't get a chance to read through all of these, but I think there's a lot of relief as opposed to my last time that I read competitive Overwatch when it was horrible. This one seemed really thoughtful and some really good feedback in this one. Let's actually go through this really quick. So this is basically responding to my tweet. You guys saw it. To be honest, I'm kind of wondering, how do you even fix that? Tanks are fundamentally the big target to shoot. How do you even not make them the center of each fight? And that's where we have to address things. You either give them the tools that they need so that they can be the center of each fight, but without making the person they're playing versus feel cheated. The honest sleep dart is a good example, and part of the reason why I'm so against the passive change, because you can hit the sleep dart and it doesn't matter. You get what I'm saying? Whereas Amalga Roadhog having a tool to deal with sleep dart, it would feel like, oh, I made the wrong decision. So I think you either give them the tools to deal with the attention in a skillful manner, or you make them less visually imposing, so that they're still bigger sources of baiting attention, but not so disproportionate. They're so much bigger than there, and that's a much harder can of worms, and maybe one we're ready to unpack yet. But remember, guys, change is scary, but we need to understand where we are right now. Maybe not at this very moment, but where we are right now, tank players are very unhappy. Very unhappy. So, unfortunately, change takes risks. And I just don't think tweaking numbers, if that's the direction we want to go with tank, away from the tactical and outplaying, you're just going to have to bite the bullet. You're going to have to do it. You're going to have, or leaning more into other psychological concerns. We'll talk maybe some more about that later. You just have to do it. You chose this 5v5 format to deal with some gameplay loop issues. You just have to decide. You're going to get criticized, but you have to commit. A decision has to be made. There has to be vision. There has to be leadership with this. And I think that you cannot dodge this forever. At some point, something has to be done. I just don't think coasting long-term is the approach here. It is a tough job, and they're open to criticism. And the worst part about it is the people that are in charge right now may not even be the ones that decided this direction in the first place. But that's you're going to get criticized. I've been in this position before. I've been in the position as an Overwatch League coach and a contenders coach with public criticism. Obviously not to this quantity, but public criticism. You just have to deal with the criticism. You have to do it. And some way I do think this patch accomplished this at least a little. Tanks are less valuable to shoot because they provide even less ult shard now and can be healed faster than the rest of the team in the middle of the fight, which further the The problem with this is this is true. This is true. The problem is remember, guys, it all goes back to the psychological aspect, not what is objectively true. I don't think objective truth has enough of a sway to change people's opinions. Let me give you guys an example. I am an Overwatch educational content creator. And I want to help as many people as I possibly can get better at the game and understand the game better. My YouTube thumbnails and YouTube titles are incredibly dull and boring. And they're straightforward and whatever. I do not juice it up. My microphone is a little bit scuffed, but the content is great. It is my responsibility to attract and encourage people to enjoy it, not dumb it down, but it is my job to make what I'm doing doing the right thing appealing as a leader. Right? That's why people make fun of me for my stupid YouTube titles and thumbnails, because they look like your worst clickbait ever. I mean, come on, guys. Look at this foolishness. But I am very proud of the content of all of these videos, whether it's the educational content or the discussion or even like the life coaching here. Guys, I had some really nice messages from people. I got a message from a dad who quit the game after watching this video. I just coached him 2 days before and he said, you know what, your video is right. Overwatch just isn't that important to me anymore. I'm going to go spend more time with the family. He canceled the next 3 sessions he had booked. It was the great, and it's corny, right? But this is why I do this, right? This is why I do this. Some of these are my thumbnails, some of these are my other guys, right? But I'm very proud of the content of this stuff. This is what this is all about, right? Yes, if you are smart enough to pay attention to the ult charge and watch Spylo Rod reviews and it says not to focus tank all the time. But the problem is it's not intuitive. And you have to make your game intuitive. You have to. The skill curve should not be for the obscurity. The skill curve should be the execution of what's intuitive. You get what I'm saying? And that's the problem. This guy is 100% right and 100% wrong. And that when you're talking about what tank needs, it has to be on that. It feels too good to shoot right now. Glad to hear it, Andy. I wonder how this patch would change if all they included was to change the role passive plus armor. We'll talk more about passives later. I have a couple of points about passives. How impactful for fun and things is the map pool? Fairly impactful. I'm actually fairly pleased with what they're doing with maps, though. I feel like Junkertown, Colosseo, and obviously the proposed maps like Numbani and Circuit, I think that they're adding more of those dynamics that allow other tanks to function while still having strengths and weaknesses of the maps. They could have a little pop. Are you sure? Right. So, okay, let's keep going here. He needs to be more active than that. You don't notice the ult charge passive much. Yes, that's the problem. I think there's also fundamental disconnect between what Spyro wants tanks to be and what the Overwatch team and a lot of tank mains from what I've gathered want tanks to be. This is what I'm trying to close today. Spyro wants tanks to be lenient DPS exchange, immediate kill threat for protection, and more time in fight, but the goal is to secure kills. I would say it's a bit of an exaggeration, but I think that is true. Yeah, I mean, it's more about how I'm definitely communicating it to imply that, yes. Want the tank to be the center of attention. We just don't want to feel like... Yeah, see, this is where we go into the tactical side of things, right? If you want tanks to be the center of attention, or your tank heroes, like let's say half the tank cast to be the center of attention, right? And not, then you need tools to do that, right? And some tanks don't have tools to do that. My hot take is that tanks like Winston don't need really any tweaks. And the same thing goes with Sigma, and to a lesser extent, maybe even Reinhardt, where I actually don't think they need too many tweaks. I think on Junker Queen, right, they need more of their environment. So if they feel bad, a lot of it, these tanks already have decent enough tools. There's just a couple of heroes that make it feel bad. I'm happy I forced all your cooldowns and pushed you back and not killed any of you. That's the point of tank to me. But it is an ideological difference between what I assume so I was saying before. Yes, with nuance. I think with nuance. Whoops. Frick. Hang tight. The fine line between I'm the center of attention and it feels like trash, and I'm the center of attention and it feels fine. That's it right there. That's it right there. What's funny is I've had this experience in a small little microcosm with playing a lot of Winston, not into Roadhog Bastion, but playing Winston and getting hard focused is much more satisfying than so with Doomfist, because if I play my bubble well, it feels like I can manage it if I play well. You know? With Doomfist, it felt a lot harder to manage that same level of attention. And maybe that's not, maybe that's the answer. Is that the tanks that by nature don't have tools to deal with that or tactics to deal with that attention directly, maybe those tanks need to be more directly lethal. I mean, I'm not saying give Doomfist one shot back. Maybe that would just make people mad. I don't know. You get what I'm saying? I don't know. This feels like a little bit like you want your cake and eat it too, you know? I'm not fully clear in his proposal, honestly. I mean, I think that like, here's what I'm proposing. I am not hubristic enough to say that I have all the answers by any means. I think that's silly. I think that's silly. I think that's immature and amateur. You know what I'm saying? My point being is that I feel like sometimes I'm shouting into the void because it doesn't seem like, at least not communicated publicly, or I'm not seeing portrayed that the developers have the full understanding of why tank feels bad. You know what I'm saying? I don't need them to agree with my solution because I'm not even sure what my proposed solution is. I have a couple of options. We talked about them today. Maybe it's lean more into DPS. Maybe it's make tanky tanks tankier, but do it more tactically. Maybe it's addressing some of the outliers of tanks that don't demand tactics at all, and or addressing tank busters that make us feel the need. Maybe it's giving small counterplay options. Maybe it's all the above. Maybe it's the psychological, making tanks smaller. I don't think anybody really knows for sure. I'm not smart enough, right? But we can all try different things or things that I'm not even thinking of, as long as we're addressing the root causes. And I just don't know if that patch has any vision in mind. Because if it was to make tank this more strong OP role and just roll with it, you still have to address counter swapping within the tank role and the DPS role as well. I'm the tank. I want to be the center of attention. I'm here to protect my team, and I'd rather they shoot at me. And see, this is the problem, okay? First off, this is the vast minority of people, okay? This is why tank is not popular, all right? But even if that's the case, and I don't think that this is bad, I think that we can cater to this population. It has to be a tactical execution of that. Again, going back to my friend, the MMO tank, not saying that he's a representation of everybody, but that is a fairly good, cross-section of that population, that demographic, where they want to be the center of attention. But you don't be center of attention by popping Fortify or holding shield the entire time. There has to be some sort of tactical, strategical side of things. You're going to have to shoulder the responsibilities that come with it. I think there's some harmless placebo fixes. I agree and disagree. I agree and disagree with this. I think it's naive to think that tank can be fixed completely and feel great. Even in a 6v6 format, it's not going to happen. I also think it's naive to think that it can't be some certainly significant changes to this. That could significantly make it feel like better. Not sure I completely agree with this. The purpose of things is to be a front line or the tip of the spear. They'll always get focused. They will be the target that's presented the most to shoot at, and they'll be the largest hitbox in your team. On top of the fact that things are obviously extremely valuable, so remove them will always be a huge advantage. I mean, this one doesn't matter because that's hindsight. That's applying the current situation with this new proposed situation, which makes no sense. I genuinely don't think thing will make players shoot tanks less unless they simply become not tanks. I never once felt like I'm getting focused less when I'm playing Zarya or Junker Queen. The second I step forward to make a play, the entire team makes it their mission to blow me up. That is true. That is true. I do think it's hard to measure the value of that, but I think, oh man, it's so hard because I think that this is the thing though. They don't have to be the tip of the spear. It should be a team-wide decision. You gotta get what I'm saying? It shouldn't just be, oh, Zarya frontline. No, you just are a threat where you need to be a threat. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a straight answer to this one, frankly. Yes, that's a great suggestion, Paul. So you're saying like, okay, how can we make taking attention more valuable? I don't know. But see, you're asking the right questions. You're asking the right questions. I'm not saying this is the case here, but there was a tank hero called the Warden in the MMO I played. And there was so there was a couple of things. First off, I believe there was a reflect skill. I didn't play Warden, so I don't know, but I believe there was a reflect skill. So the more people focus you could actually reflect their damage. And then there was another thing with the Warden where he had AoE sustain off of the number of targets going for him. So if you had a lot of little trash mobs on top of you, you actually were almost invincible because you could heal off of all those things. So it's like the more attention that you got in terms of quantity of targets, the more effective you were at tanking. Again, that specific change is, I don't know how you apply that, but it was clearly designed towards rewarding you for taking more attention. And people really like playing Warden. People really like playing Warden because you could actually do some work with it. Yeah, a little bit like Zarya Bubble, right? A little bit like Zarya Bubble, right? Well, see, I don't know if I would agree with that as why Tracer taking attention is impactful. I've coached Tracers almost every other day that one of their main complaints is what I do when they just look at me, And that's, so I agree that it's probably less frustrating than Tank, and I think it's mostly a hitbox and outplay ability. So the reason why Tracer feels better than Tank when taking attention is because she has more tools to outplay that attention with her mobility and hitbox. Yeah, it's like ball shield. So, I don't know.
The devs
I don't know.
are trying to encourage people to not shoot tank. However, by buffing tank durability, tank will play more aggressive, thus forcing people
Yes,
to
exactly,
tank
Star.
more, defeating
Exactly.
the purpose.
Exactly. And they don't have more tools
What
to
if
live that
they
attention
tank some ult
outside of just
charge
more
for
HP.
using their abilities effectively, and then take that ult charge away if they die
I don't know.
instead.
I don't know,
So
Brax.
you're rewarded for taking attention, but not for feeding.
But taking attention is already innately valuable. Why does it need more value? Remember, we talked about this. I don't know if you were here earlier. It's not that it needs to feel appropriate. Let me give you guys a good example. How many of you guys have really, really not wanted to wake up and lift weights or go on a run? And yet when you finished the exercise, you felt good. Like not just like mentally good, but it felt physically good. You felt tired, but it was like a sense of like dopamine. I don't know the science behind it. I'm a jackass, okay? But it felt good. It was hard work, but it felt good, right? You're always glad, right? Imagine if when you finished working out, you felt like you were off, like you were sick. It felt awful. It would still be rewarding to work out. It would still be healthy. It'd still be the right thing to do, but your body would not be making it intuitive to do that. Serotonin, okay. So your body may not want to work out, but when it does, it rewards you for doing so with how you feel. I felt that today, right? So the point being is that like if taking space is good, it should feel rewarding afterwards. And it doesn't always do so. And can I be honest? I am the perfect example of somebody who understands the value of taking attention in space. And you guys have watched me tilt my brains out, mostly joking, but still irritated on stream as I'm taking attention and getting blown up by the counter swapping. Because I know they're losing because they're focusing me. But I'm still mad about it. At least at the level that they're focusing me. Is Doom Block a good design then because it rewards getting focused? You see, that's a great question. I have always been a Doom Block hater because I feel like it shifts some of your autonomy on your team into, okay, I hope my team doesn't shoot Doom Block, but I don't know. Yeah, that's a great question, Peak Your Ages. And I think that that's something that we need to look into. Is Zarya, you feel rewarded for taking space because you were able to do more damage and so on. You're rewarded for it. But, I guess we're going to keep going through this thread. But again, I want to remind you guys that we don't have to have the answers. But I want to say two things here. Number one, we can criticize this patch. I think it's fine. But do you understand now why this is not so easy? Even in a 6v6 format, which would immediately alleviate much of the attention problem, you'd still have to go, how do we fill 2 times the tank slots? Even if tank felt twice as good in Overwatch 1 or 6v6, you have to fill twice the tank slots. So it's not an easy solution for anybody, even if you were to immediately snap your fingers. So first off, we don't have to have the full solutions, but let's have a little bit of empathy for people who their job is to help work on these issues. Not saying that you don't have to criticize, but you can be responsible and fair with your criticisms. I don't think Malga's hard to say. I think Malga would struggle in 6v6 because of the increased amount of damage mitigation that would be on the field. Because Malga really struggles, there would be another tank to shoot, but there'd also be another tank to mitigate. And even just one mitigation would shut down a lot of his self-sustain. I think Junker Queen could do okay. Ram would probably be okay. I'm honestly not too sure. If tank is now harder to kill with better defensive capabilities to their abilities, reduce DPS pass and more, aren't people going to focus them less in every team fight? And I think this is a fundamental misunderstanding. Again, you're going to kind of notice the theme here. It's good feedback, and there's some really well thought out comments. But you see, this is not the problem. People aren't going to focus them because they're less effective at killing them, but because it feels just as good and it feels like you have to do it more. Let me give you guys an analogy. This is actually, I don't know the science behind this, but this lines up with my experience. And obviously my experience is science, right, chat? It's a joke. Okay. MMOs. How many of you guys have played an MMO? How many of you guys have played an MMO and grinded for something? How many of you guys played an MMO and grinded for something? Okay. There's a certain point where people can be sucked in to sunk cost fallacy. Let me give you guys, if you needed to grind for something for a month to receive a drop, okay, in an MMO, if grinding for it felt good, even if it was a grind, increasing the time to reach the goal would be met with apprehension, but people would still do it. People would still do it as long as grinding was somewhat satisfying in some way, shape, or form. You get what I'm saying? So if instead of finding an alternate solution, people only find alternate solutions if their current situation doesn't work. So until tank feels less good to shoot, it doesn't matter if it takes longer to kill. Just more dopamine, more clicky, ticky, tickies. They'll do it, and they'll do it more. They're not going to avoid it because it makes more sense to find an alternate route if the current route. Another great example here is, people take the same route to work every single day. Hey, why don't you ride a bike? Why don't you ride a bus? Why don't you drive a different route, a more scenic route? But I've always been done it this way. And until it feels bad, it doesn't matter if it's slower. They'll just keep doing it. Again, we kind of go back to it's not what's objectively better, because tank is objectively harder to kill. And right now, it makes objectively more sense to not shoot tank. But you guys are still going to do it. Not to mention the 99.9% of people that are not in this subreddit. Berserker mechanics, audio armor cues, hitboxes, abilities to outplay. Because one of the things that I said, what's the consistency between Winston Bubble, Sigma Shift, Sigma Shield, Zarya Bubble. What's a consistent theme? I'll stop there. Or even Doomfist, to an extent. What's a consistent theme? When you shoot those things, what does it feel like? I'm not necessarily implying we need to go barrier watch here. You get what I'm saying? It's not very, it's just lame, right? It doesn't sound good. It doesn't, if you want to talk about reduced ult charge, it's nothing, right? It doesn't feel good, right? That's why Overwatch 1 with the double shield stack felt so bad, because it was so rare to actually feel good about what you're doing. Yeah, it's not rewarding. Now, compare that to Malga Cardiac Overdrive, or Roadhog Vaping, or heck, even Orisa Fortified. You get what I'm saying? Close to very low damage, right? Very little damage, often entirely inappropriate to be shooting that, but it doesn't, you don't feel that. It still feels the same. So one of my initial suggestions, and one of the suggestions I think we should consider, is making obviously skillful mitigation, but finding mitigation that doesn't sound good. When it's not useful to shoot the tank, it should sound not useful. And I think I really do think hitboxes and mobility have a small thing to play in here, right? I don't think it's an accident that the tanks that are focused the most are generally the slowest, least mobile tanks. Malga, Ram, Roadhog, Orisa, and so on. Because Wrecking Ball has a relatively large hitbox, but he's kind of hard to shoot. And personally, I find myself avoiding shooting him many times just because he's just too hard. So anyway, there's a whole thing to unpack there, but I think that that's something that we should consider. And again, I don't think there's any, I think with nothing else we've learned that there's no one size fits all. I don't think saying that we need to shrink all tank hitbox sizes is necessarily the case. I don't think we need to give every single tank a shield. I don't think that, I just think we need options and ideas in goal at some point. But you're more able to shake off the punches and keep fighting. Well, that's the thing. It depends on the punches, you know. I mean, yes and no. Again, that's
the tank kind of the inverse of the mercy problem. Now that I think about
a little bit, Brax. I think that this is the tricky thing here. First off, do we want tanks that can just take all the attention and keep fighting just regardless? Do we want tanks to be overtuned and the most powerful role in the lobby consistently? And the answer to that is I don't know. That's the first question we started off with. I actually don't know. That might be something worth trying. Maybe having tank being the OP role is just to compensate for the fact that nobody wants to play tank, period. Maybe that's the case. I mean, that was honestly in many ways the case in Overwatch 1. Don't let other people gaslight you. Tank was the most powerful role in Overwatch 1 for the largest portion of its career, up there with support. I think support and tank were the most powerful role. But if support had been balanced, tank would have been probably the strongest 1v1 role. They would have been closer to one even, but they were always pretty strong. They were always pretty strong, right? I think like support sustain was more the problem with a lot of the cancerous Overwatch 1 roles, much more so than tanks. But like just in a vacuum, like tanks, if you pick a tank in a deathmatch lobby, people are going to hate your guts. And that's always been the case, you know? So the point being is that, like, you know, tanks have always had the capability of being a little bit overtuned. Is that okay? Do we want to lean into that? I'm honestly not sure. On Sam's news video, maybe we'll see. I generally try to avoid React content unless I have something new to add. And I feel like with probably most of Sam's content, I wouldn't really have much to add that I haven't already said. But I'll take a quick look, Shade, maybe. But now you're able to shake that off and keep fighting. And I guess that's my point as well, is a lot of the shaking off and keep fighting, it depends on the tank. D.Va is still going to freaking hate. The stuff that D.Va hates right now, D.Va's still going to hate. She's still going to hate it, right? Ramatra's still going to get
Tank's voice
mated.
lines yelling
you know?
some like Rein being like, haha, you can't touch me when they get damaged.
Yeah, true. I would just like a nails on chalkboard every time you shoot a tank with armor. So I don't know. It's like you might be able to shake off some of the punches, but some of the punches feel just as bad. Do you think Wrecking Ball feels any better getting hacked right now? Do you think it feels any different now that you can give or you lose less shields when you give it away? How is that ever really a significant factor here? You can reload faster. Who gives a flying fart? Yeah, I've thought about that, PK. I mean, it's not a terrible idea. You know, it's not a terrible idea. So, people are overestimating how much tanks can actually tank. It's a little bit better, but don't act like they are not unkillable gods. They still explode if they're trying to be aggressive. That is also true. Characters don't shoot the tank when everyone else shoots the tank. Nothing gets done. Yo, Yoshiki, thank you for the sub or the raid, mate. I appreciate it. You guys all know Yoshiki was somebody who we coached a little bit earlier. I appreciate the raid, brother. I hope you enjoyed this session. I appreciate it, man. I don't know that I agree here with the focus fire argument, Squid Hat. I don't know that I agree. I think part of actually the nature of playing flankers is being able to pull support's attention away from tanks so the tank actually becomes killable, if that makes sense. Tanks are tankier. People are more incentivized to dual dive DPS and support than spam a tank. So we kind of already talked about that. Like, it doesn't matter how difficult it is to kill tanks as long as it feels good. It's going to be unintuitive. It's all well and good to say reduce tank weaknesses, but that comes to fundamentally reworking most of the tank skits. I don't agree. For example, I think Sigma has weakness to hypermobility, but I don't think he's incapable. Like, if you hit a one shot on a flanker, it's a big deal. If you hit one accretion, it's a big deal. You're also, outside of like Winston Bubble, you should be able to survive. And even Flux is fairly decent against hypermobile comps, hitting one target. Is Sigma countered by the hypermobility? Yes. Is Sigma unplayable or extremely miserable versus hypermobility? No, not really. Diva will always struggle versus beam characters. Ryan will always struggle with hypermobility because he's a melee hero. Counter-stalking will never be solved unless they restrict stopping. I disagree with that. I think, again, people conflate reduce weaknesses with completely fundamentally changing the way the character's designed, and I think that's a kind of like an unintentionally lazy argument. I think that there are many small changes, details, that would be worth their attention. Shut up, biggest cheddar. Freaking Biggie Cheese, man. But yeah, I think there's a lot more nuance to that argument. A lot more nuance to the argument than just either side of the thing. I don't think they can restrict swapping. Yeah, see, again, we've basically a lot of these responses are really, really interesting, and they have some good feedback. But a lot of them, first off, don't understand that making tanks less attractive to shoot isn't. It's a strategic decision, but a lot of the shooting isn't strategic for the vast majority of the player base. It's the vast majority of the player base is not going to do what is maybe makes the most strategic decision. That's why I'm constantly having to coach this, because some of it is unintuitive. In fact, the big, you guys remember the great coaching guide, the complete tank guide I did? The big theme of that was, maybe even too much, honestly, was just not stop focusing the other tank all the time. That was like because I had to spread the message. Why do top players complain about this then? Not sure I see. There's a comment in this subreddit that said low ranks will learn to stop shooting things right. No, they won't do that. That's exactly why. You don't want to cater to low ranks, but you do need to make, remember we said we want skill, but the skill needs to be intuitive. When I look at Magnus Carlsen or whoever that chess guy is, I don't really follow chess well at all. I barely know even how to play. I learned when I was a kid. I haven't played it much in years, but I can appreciate, because I can understand what's happening. You know what I'm saying? I can understand what's happening. I can understand the thought process, and I go, oh man, why didn't? And that's part of what makes the game beautiful is you can go, why wouldn't I think of that? Like, why wouldn't I do that, right? It has to be intuitive. It has to be closer to intuitive. Last thing here we'll look at here. I'm very confused by the statement that tanks don't want to be the center of attention every single fight. Well, not to the extent that they do now. Remember, this has to have nuance. You can't say tanks are always going to be more demanding of attention. But specifically, if you look at the tweet here, it needs to not be the center of attention for every person for every single fight. And even this done here, because the gameplay loop of 5-man counter-swapping focus tank, because the center of the tank is making it, and so on. It's too much. It's too much. There has to be a middle ground. And I think that we talked about this earlier. There never will be where tank always feels good as long as tank is tank. But it has to be better. Or could be. People don't want to shoot the tank. People want to shoot the squishies. That's just not true. That's just not true. On paper, many characters do. But that's not true. There are I know this because of the thousands of people that I have coached in low ranks. I have looked at so many low to mid rank and even high rank VODs where I'm like, well, they would have won the fight if they'd done that. People just love it, right? They just want to do it. How are they supposed to protect their team? Yeah. Anyway, but so you can see this is exactly why people don't want to play tank. Is because if baiting 5-man's attentions, everybody's beating on you all the time. If that's what tank is, no wonder nobody wants to play tank. If this is what people think tank should be, no wonder nobody wants to play tank. We've already said, if we're going to have tank be the damage sponge, then at least it should be something skillful that demands some sort of thoughts, like many of the other tanks that we talked about earlier. But if tank is only something that is basically, without a lot of thinking, just sits there and absorbs attention, it's just not popular. And there's an argument here that even if tank required skill and required manipulated attention, if it's constantly the attention of 5 people, even then those people get burned out. Because the problem with this sentiment is people are confused about, isn't that what tank means? Then why are so many people unhappy with tank right now? Because this is already the case right now. So something's not working. Something is not working. You can't just pretend that this is fine because clearly this is not working right now in the current state that is. Does it mean the entire idea is bad? Not necessarily, but something stinks. You can't play. I just don't think it's healthy to have MMO tanking in a first-person shooter. And certainly not with the tactical less MMO tanking of many of the tank heroes that are disliked. So anyway, I think we'll wrap up this discussion here. I do want to talk a little bit about passives. Whoops, I hit reset there. I want to talk a little bit about passives because I think that that's something that we could talk about. That is definitely going to be discussion bleeding into the tanking discussion as well. Where are we at here? I had some notes yesterday, but I think there's something that maybe even go more holistically than that. So let's pull up the patch notes again. Watch 2 patch notes. No one mentions those moments when tank feels fine. Yeah, I mean, you could be right. You could be right. It really might not be that deep. It might be that tank as a whole doesn't really need all that much. It just needs to not feel bad in those extreme circumstances with counterpicking. But this patch didn't address that as much, right? You might be right. Yeah, 100%. But then we would have wanted to see the patch notes address that, right? That's the key thing for me. Is whether it was addressing fundamental issues with tank or maybe fundamental issues with tank are wildly overblown and we just need less hard countering, especially within the tank role. That's the most offensive part, is that I would say a good, 30%, 40, 50% even of tank pain points, maybe even more, come from the enemy tank, right? That's the hilarious part. Tanks hurt other tanks is the hilarious part. Tanks hurt other tanks. That's the best part. It's a self-imploding cannibalistic cesspool, really. It's tank on tank violence. And the best part about it is it's not even necessary half the time either. It's just because it feels like that's the most important thing to do. But yeah. So passives time. Let's talk a little bit about passives. So I think this one shouldn't take as long as a tank discussion. Let's change our chat title. Problem with passives. All right. What do you guys think of passives? I was sitting in the shower last night and I came up with three things. Three reasons why passives are a very dangerous tool. Not necessarily always, but are a dangerous tool in Overwatch. And I also put some thought into, so let's just not criticize. Why do you think passives happen in the first place? I think we have a little bit of, if I remember correctly, they've talked a little bit about this. I'd like to talk about this. Let me grab some water, y'all. What's the problem with passives? And if there's so many problems, then why do you think that we have passives in the first place? I'm gonna get some water. Every time I crush ice, you know what I'm saying? My cat, doesn't matter where he is in this house, he comes trotting over like a horse and plops down. It's so funny, dude. He loves the ice so much. Passives are an attempt to solve role balance issues. They wanted more tools to tweak in order to help balance, but they haven't done a good job balancing this. That's a really good take there. I really like that take. I actually agree with you 100%. So therefore, it's a good take. Obviously, if you criticize me, then you're wrong. You don't see them, are a necessary evil of the format. Easy answers to make the role feel more diverse. For role differences. Yeah, so I think what's been communicated is that passives were introduced because they wanted roles to feel different. They wanted tanks to feel tankier. You know, you're playing support, you'll feel like a support. Tank, you'll feel like a tank. And I think that is understandable. But obviously, you have to be very careful about what is an appropriate passive to apply. Because let's dial it back and talk about what are the problems with passives. Not just the good things. We'll talk about some good things, but what are the problems with passives? Number one, okay, free value. It's not value that you choose to apply. It's not value that you can necessarily find windows of vulnerability. It's not something that the player consciously chooses to apply. It just happens. A passive would be the equivalent of being born into a rich family. You made no choice to that regard. You just rolled the RNG dice and you were given those tools for free. Something that no other character has, and that it's just free value. And the reason why that's bad is I did not choose to be booped less. I did not press a button to reduce the ult charge that you gain. I did not survive your focus fire through my superior use of my shield. I just didn't take as much damage. And my healing is more effective. And that is the perfect storm of bad things in a vacuum, because it feels unrewarding for the person doing the value because you know you got cheated. And it feels unrewarding for the person benefiting from it because there's no sense of accomplishment through benefiting from that. I rolled the ADHD passive. it just happened. You know, it doesn't feel like you didn't work for it. You didn't press the button at the right time, and you're not being outplayed. It just happens. The second reason why passives can be bad is inconsistent hero value. And this is something that Sumito talks about a lot, and I agree with him, that not every tank hero needs the 50 to 40% knockback reduction, at least to that level. Some characters would benefit from it from a lot, but some characters don't need it. And if you paint with a broad brush, two things happen. You give tanks a passive that they don't need. As a Doomfist, I would prefer a passive that reduced CC duration or something like that. I don't give a flying fart about boobs. I mean, it is annoying sometimes for sure, but much less so than, say, a Winston or maybe even a Reinhardt, right? That's why I remember, what is it? Reinhardt had the steadfast passive. Is that the Reinhardt thing? Because that's what Reinhardt needed. That is addressed. So it was passive value, yes, but it was something that he specifically needed. It addressed pain points, right? Whereas this is broadly giving value to players, the heroes that maybe don't need the value. Ultimate Generation Reduced is something that might be something that more appreciated by Roadhog, but not appreciated by Zarya or a Junker Queen because of the hitbox difference, the amount of damage absorbed. So it basically broadly buffs tanks maybe too much or doesn't buff them enough, depending on the character. Knockback of resistance is one. The other one would be the damage thing. What's everybody's first thought when you read this? Now only half as effective as tank heroes. Go ahead, spit it. What's the first thing that comes to mind when you read that the damage passive, DPS passive was getting nerfed? Uh-oh, here it comes. Go ahead. Uh-oh, here it comes. What? What's the first thing that comes to mind? Who's coming? Yep. Hog, right? Right? Now, is Roadhog the only character that's going to benefit from this? Malga as well, right? No, but he's probably the most... Ball doesn't give he didn't give a frick about this. It's such a tiny little detail, right? So again, it's a broad painting, right? There's no detail to any of these things. And the last thing, and one that is something that I am less concerned about, but I find a little bit ironic, because one of the major criticisms of a lot of my reworks is that sometimes it complicates optics just a little bit. I've really tried to do a better job of that. I think that's largely exaggerated, but like, Spylo, sometimes things are a little bit too complicated. All right. Passives are the direct opposite of clear optics. The irony is that if we change the term of the word optics, a lot of the passives are designated to give lip service, for lack of a better term, to the tank role. We're helping, right? But the problem is that they're not intuitive. This is not intuitive. Tanks get booped enough. You don't know. You don't know that? And look, you go to the Wikipedia. Ultimate Generation Reduced. That's not in game, to my knowledge. DPS passive being weaker. Where is that? How do we know that? How am I supposed to judge that? It's unintuitive. And it's not optically clear. Overwatch, which is a game that is historically very clear, very good at communicating the obvious, it doesn't make it obvious. Yeah, maybe with the boop thing, it's a little bit more obvious and a little bit more intuitive, right? Again, I don't want to paint that all passives, but in general, passives have that problem. Now, the funny thing here is that we're only talking about tank passive. Do you guys remember what the DPS passive used to be? Do you guys remember what the DPS passive used to be? The reload, right? Remember that? Reload. Reload, was it movement speed as well, I believe? Perfect example of a terrible passive. Terrible passive. Absolutely broke a couple of characters. Broadly buffed some, literally worthless for others. Actually worthless for others. Free value, so it didn't feel satisfying to get. It just gave it to you. And also really not intuitive. In fact, most players that I coach didn't even know it existed. Didn't even know it existed. You didn't even know it happened. Perfect example. Inconsistent application. Inconsistent free value, feels bad for both sides, and people didn't even know it was there. the large percent of the player base that I didn't even know it was there. And this is a percentage that I worked with more high ranked players, not all. Obviously, the Grandmaster players mostly knew, but like I was working for mostly plats, diamonds, masters, golds. The average bronze and silvers don't even get me started. They had no idea what's going on. What about the support passive? What do you guys think of the support passive? Free value, inconsistent hero value. Well, yes and no. Optics, no, it's pretty clear. You can see it pretty clearly. And see, this is why the support passive has functioned better. Maybe not in a balanced side of things.
That's not true. I knew about it and I'm gold.
Okay, well, you're the exception, Brax. All you do is, I'm convinced that all you do is read Overwatch Wikipedia articles and take notes about breakpoints. But the support passive was much easier to see and had much more consistent value. So what you guys are going to notice is that I'm a fan of passives if they're things that feel good for the global player population, and then you can balance the character appropriately. You get what I'm saying? I'm not against passives entirely. In fact, we'll get to some passives that I'm actually very much for. But they're globally useful. In fact, it was so globally useful that basically everybody has a support passive now, right? And it was one of the better changes that Overwatch 2 has made in the past 2 years. Now, does that mean the support passive didn't have its issues? Yes, it was major. Definitely has its issues. It still was a little bit more effective for some heroes than others. Characters like Mercy kind of lost their passive identity through it. And it was too strong on its initial launch. But it does not mean that passives as a whole are bad. The heal passive, for example, is another one, which has been a broad brush that has affected some characters more than others. Poke characters generally benefiting a little bit less from it. And then also has been something that has led to a whole host of rebalancing issues, where if sustain is too strong, instead of addressing the sustain, we gave a broad thing, which leads to all sorts of ramifications. You see, my problem with the tank passive is if the tank passive, if armor and so on needed changes, or tank passive specifically, then we need to do it on a case-by-case basis. You see, this is how Overwatch used to be balanced. Does somebody have the Wikipedia pulled up here? I'm not joking. Overwatch Wikipedia. Actually, let me see if I can do it. Hang on. I don't want to make you guys do everything for me. Or Wiki, not the Wikipedia. Heroes. So I want to pull up how passives can, should, whatever, be operated. I don't know why I'm not going full screen now. I can go full screen. What does D.Va have a passive? Eject out of your mech. Hero identity. Is it free value? I mean, I guess, but it's a part of her kit. Other tanks don't have it because other tanks don't need it. It's her special thing. And it's not inconsistent in value because it's fine-tuned for what the character needs or whatever. And it's very obvious exactly what it's supposed to do. Doomfist, another passive with the best defense that's extremely visually obvious once you play a couple of hours with a character, is free value, but it actually demands you to actually use your abilities. The sustain is demanding off of you having to take action. And it is and it's fine-tunable for the character. Imagine if every tank gained overhealth by using their abilities. That would be monstrous with some and quite useless for others. So you're noticing a pattern here. I don't actually have a problem with passives, as in bonuses. Adrenaline Rush is a great passive that are complementary and designed specifically for what the character needs. No comment on this one. My problem is global passives done indiscriminately. I don't even necessarily have a problem with global passives when used selectively. I can see it being occasionally okay. But global passives, you got to be really careful. But the role passives are intentionally made to be generic, but you cannot make them generic enough. You cannot, the boop one helps other tanks, doesn't bother other tanks. It's not visually consistent, and the DPS passive not functioning as well is the tank passive. Let's not lie here. Like the DPS passive not affecting tanks as much is tank passive. That's what it is. If I was a dev, I might argue that balancing individual passes for a roster of 40 heroes, bull. Absolutely, respectfully, bull. Actually, completely bull. Respectfully. That's your job. That's your job. League does it with 100 plus. So yeah. So, you know, where do we go with passives? I feel like an example of an interesting passive that we would need to unpack is the armor one. I think armor is secretly a passive, right? It's passive value. It's kind of exists. But it's also, if you notice, armor is not broadly painted. It's for the characters that may need the survivability, right? So we'll talk about armor in a second, maybe. But yeah. So yeah, I mean, I think that passives are like, as complicated as the tank topic is, I feel like passives are pretty obviously a flawed concept, and I don't think that there's a lot of good arguments for them. I know why they exist, to give the roles some unique identity, but I think the unique identity of the roles should be designed into the player's kits. And I actually also think that having ambiguous hero identity, I don't think is a problem. I think that's actually can make the game more interesting, right? Not all tanks tank to the same level. Not all supports heal to the same level. Not all DPS heroes damage farm to the same level. They all have unique identities, and I don't think giving a passive, I don't think you need every role to feel completely and starkly different. I find that to be kind of a lame excuse, frankly. You know, why do all supports have to have the support passive? What if Mercy doesn't get the support passive because she doesn't need it and she gets something else instead? You know, I think that's kind of what they did, right? But, you know, anyway, that's kind of my take on that one. I think that I would love to see them remove many of the role passives and adjust things accordingly. A great example, by the way, is something like the DPS passive reducing healing. But why was the DPS passive supposed to do? Because it was supposed to increase the value of focus fire. Who were the main offenders when it came to focus fire? Brigida Armor Pack Burst, Kiriko Cleanse, Ana Anti-Nade Bonus Heal, right? Baptiste sustained with Regenerative Burst plus the Pocket. So instead of actually addressing that problem, instead we just gave a global Band-Aid that all of a sudden had these unintended consequences of hurting a lot of other things, right? And that's the problem. You can't, when you paint with a broad brush, you end up knocking somebody in the face. You wish knocking somebody in the face. I don't know how to feel about the upcoming quick play hack. I'm excited to try it. I have zero information on it, so I'm not going to conjecture. So, you know, even the tank passive with the boop, right? Like Roadhog doesn't need that at all, or Malga really doesn't need that at all. So let's give that something to the tanks as appropriate when needed, because what ends up happening is now you have Lucios that cannot knock Roadhogs off the map, even when they're standing towing the edge. You know, and so then now what do? Do we buff Lucio boop? Oh wait, no, now we nerf Lucio boop. It's like, when you make global changes, you create messes. You have to deal with things on a case by case basis. Case by case basis. You just cannot do it globally. I don't know when the quick play hack is coming out. Actually, it's not been a lot of communication about when it's coming out. What are my other notes here? I can't even read what this says. There was a dev blog that said the date? Okay, great. I'm just an idiot, so that's something that... One more thing to talk about. Monday? Okay, nice. One more thing as well. What do you guys think about the armor change? I was sitting last night thinking about armor. Like, you know, normal human beings. is the solution just to revert it back to a flat damage reduction, but then address the outliers that were too good versus that damage reduction? I understand why they did it. They did it in an attempt to deal with burst DPS characters like Pharah that just were literally shrugging off the DPS, the armor thing entirely. But yeah, it had a lot of unintended consequences, like Genji soldier damage is terrible versus tank style. Like, it significantly nerfed their damage. Lucio as well, right? So my question is, would this be better? Should they just go back to 30%? Should they just go back to 30% and then address characters like Bastion? So let's think about it. If they went back to 30%, right? What characters would be a problem? What characters would be a problem? Diva, right? Diva versus tanks. She was very effective versus armor. Tracer. Yes, Tracer. Mauga, Orisa, Ramatra. Hog. Reaper Bastion. Right? So a lot of characters, like, let's not lie. Sombra even, it's tricky. Right? So if they go back to 30%, all of a sudden, a lot of these tank busters start to feel a little bit better. Is it even solvable, guys? Can you make armor function differently versus different damage sources? Is that possible? I mean, surely they can code that, but would that be too unintuitive? Sorry, IDS. This is what you get for being in the voice channel with British people. I know that's a that's okay. I'm glad to have you fall into that sword. It does behave differently versus beams and DOTs. See, the question is if it's is it unintuitive if you can visually see the difference? Oh, wow, I do less damage no matter what type of damage I do versus armor. That's it. Honestly, Lel, probably the bottom right verse. Well, the effective armor isn't just damage reduction. Armor effectively speeds up. I mean, yes, but that's a side consequence of armor doing what it's supposed to do. Damage reduction is armor's goal so that you're able to be healed up under. Yeah, 100%. I think here's a hot take. What if? I mean, come on, it's already unintuitive. Like, let's be very clear. It's not unintuitive. It's already a little bit complicated. It functions differently versus beams. And also, it does not apply consistently across all heroes. Remember the rule. It's always a damage reduction of 10 unless the damage reduction is more than 50%. You guys get what I'm saying? It does not globally reduce damage by 10, otherwise you'd literally do no damage. So it's already complicated. Right. So why could we not just reduce it to 5 again, but on instances of damage where the damage reduction is less? I mean, it's simple. You just reverse the calculation, right? So it's always a 5 damage reduction unless the damage reduction is less than 10%. So in other words, a rocket from Pharah is 120. You reduce it 120 to 115. That's not 10%. So it reduces it by 10%. It reduces it to 108. Or 12%. Anything that's less than 15% damage reduction is put at 50% damage reduction per instance. That's it, right? Is there any way that would be broken? It already calculates that right now. It's just the opposite. You shoot a bullet, it does 5 less. If it cuts your damage by more than 50%, it's a 50. Okay, so let me draw this up for you guys. Let me cook. Okay. You're shooting, how much is a tracer bullet? 8? 9? I don't even know. How much is a tracer bullet? 6 damage. Okay, 6 damage. 6 damage when shot by tracer is cut to 3. This is multiplied by 50 or 0.5 because subtracting 5 would be too harsh. It would reduce it to 1/6, 17%. It's too harsh, so we apply the 0.5 multiplier instead. A soldier bullet does what? 20? Something like that, right? Something like that, right? 20. We will minus the 5 there. Oh, hey, 15 is not less than half. Oh, 19. Okay, so 19. So we're okay with that. We're okay with that. We'll let the armor do the normal damage reduction there and reduce it to 14. Everybody's happy. You got me? Now, all we have to do here, I say that like I know anything about coding, is insert a third calculation where the damage reduction for armor always has to be at least 15%. Always has to be at least 15%. So what you do is you shoot a fire rocket. 120 minus 5 is equal to 115. Wait a second, that's not a 5% damage reduction. What is that? That's not near enough. It needs to be at least 15% damage reduction. 12 times 15, for those of the guys in the back, that's 180. So that's an 18 damage reduction. So it recalculates it to be at least 18 damage reduction, and that puts us at 102. So there's 3 separate calculations depending on how high the original damage source needs to be. So it basically, everything feels relatively consistent. Smaller instances of damage will still be hit worse. Larger instances of damage will still be hit less, but there's less extremes in the extrapolation. I mean, heck, you could even make damage reduction 20% at least, right? 20% of 120, 24, 96 damage rocket. This is pretty simple, right? Would you have to apply 15% to that too? I think you would. Yeah, I think you would. That's a great question. 15% damage reduction of Riptire. What does Riptire do right now? $600. So then you'd have 600 divided by times 15, so it'd be 90 damage. So Riptire would do 510 damage. So it one-shot tanks, squishier tanks or tanks? Okay, good to know, Brax. That's it. I think this is it. This has to be it. Because what this does is this prevents things like Farah doing infinite damage versus armored targets. Like she shrugs it off, right? It prevents tracers from doing 0 damage, but still hurts tank busters as a whole. And it prevents things like the Soldier Genji, like a 19-5, where we're at right now, it's 19, it's not minus 10, it's 9.5. Right? What is Lucio's damage right now? 18? Is it 18? So it increases Lucio's current damage from 9 to 13. Yeah, so there you go. I feel like this has to be the solution. I mean, it's tricky because it is armor, and armor has always been a bit of a mess. But it's consistent. And the thing is it's the optics of it are fairly clear as well. This doesn't feel like a massive discrepancy, right? Like if I'm shooting a bullet and shooting a rocket, rocket still hit hard, bullet hit less hard, but not so disproportionately so. In fact, if we do the math, if this is a 15% reduction, this is something more approaching like what, 22% reduction, something like that? Something like that, right? Just so it's close. 27%? Okay, yeah, sorry. But yeah, it's close. And I think that this is where you can cramp numbers. So you can tweak this till the cows come home too. Like you could be like, all right, well, the tank busters are a lot weaker, but we've nerfed Bastion and Reaper specifically, and Malga as well. We don't need to be giving the 0.5. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to reduce this to, we're going to reduce this to 0.45 damage reduction. That's the harshest penalty you can get is 45% damage reduction. So it's not quite as harsh anymore. That way, you can still have meaningful impact. Now, you're probably asking, this isn't really designed to address Farah rockets, although it will do that. Like right now, Farah rockets are going to do 110 damage instead of 102. So it's still going to help the tanks deal with the heavier styles of burst damage, including headshots. But what it's going to do instead, oh, by the way, the headshot multiplier, that's a whole other thing. That actually discourages skill play. Not a fan of that one at all. If certain tanks are dealing with headshots worse than others, they should address the headshot hitbox of that tank, right? Anyway, moving on. But what this does is this helps the middle ground. These poor guys that got screwed over. They were getting their damage cut by like 40, 50%, 30%. Yeah. So anyway, the reason why this needs to happen is because characters like Soldier, Lucio, Genji, things like that were taking significant damage nerfs on armor. And these are also characters that are not brain dead either. These were characters that were not specifically targeted. This armor change was targeted for big burst characters like Farah because armor wasn't working versus them. But it had the unintended consequence of really, really hurting other characters. I'm gonna cook here. I'm gonna drop in the content creator Discord. Maybe we can get some stuff changed. Give me just a second, guys. Let me type this up really fast. Suggestion for armor. Current armor iteration was aimed to reduce burst damage from high damage sources while still being effective versus smaller, more tank buster sources of damage like Bastion, Mauga, even Tracer. But had the unintended... Chat, what are some characters that got screwed over by this? Besides Soldier, Genji, Lucio. Consequence of drastically reducing damage output of Echo, Genji, Lucio, Soldier, and more. Okay. Versus armor. Armor is a tricky subject. It behaves slightly different in different situations. Maximum of 50% damage reduction, etc. Beams, etc. But I think there's a very simple solution to this conundrum. I used the conundrum word. One, revert armor reduction to 5 damage flat, not 10, at its base. 2.
Non-tank armor users also benefit a lot less from new armor.
Non-tank armor users. Really? How so? I have to think about it, but I'm a little distracted. Maintain the maximum reduction of 50% for damage output. Introduced new calculation. Minimum damage reduction. And set it to 15 to 20%. Here's how that would look. Tracer bullet, Bastion bullet, Diva spray, etc. Same damage reduction of 50%, not going the full 5 damage reduction necessarily, as it would cross the 50% damage threshold. Genji, Soldier, Lucio, the middle ground got hit the hardest, but reverting back to 5 damage reduction. Means these characters have more reasonable armor output, damage output.
Because they don't have a ton of armor HP to begin with, and they aren't contending with tank busters as much, meaning an occasional big burst hit that they used to shrug off.
As opposed to
is a
new
lot
armor
more
with the
threatening.
old damage reduction thing. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yes, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I agree. 19 minus 5 equals 14 for soldier. Farah, Hanzo. Now this was what the patch intended to correct, because the 5 damage reduction just wasn't enough for tanks versus these heroes. So introduce minimum damage reduction of 15, 20%. For this example. So Farah example, 120 damage times 0.8 equals 96 for Farah. Would be closer performing, more consistent damage reduction output without unintended consequences. Also more knobs. While maintaining armor's intuitive feel. Let's see for how I'm almost done, chat. Sorry. Okay. All right. We cooked. I'm glad we thought about that. I appreciate y'all chiming in. I feel so much more productive with like a lot of my brainstorming with having you guys around. It makes it so much more fun. So much more fun having like these conversations with you guys. Should we play some should we keep trying the Rein? Should we keep trying the Rein? Remember guys, I don't know if you guys were here on Tuesday, but we were chilling with the Rein stuff. We could take a look at the merch crunching. I did an armor, no perms to link yet. Cactus Puppet, can you DM it to me? I tried Zarya, but she felt pretty strong. I might try Zarya, but she felt pretty strong. What about non-armored tanks? Do they keep the 30% headshot reduction or however much it is now? I think it's 25%. I don't know. I don't like the headshot reduction passive all that much. Check Discord. Okay, thank you. I will request access. Wait for it. Oh no, I do have access. Okay. Freaking cactus puppy. There's a second tab too. Dang, so if you have like 20 damage output, you lost 33% of your damage output? That's crazy, man. And see, this is the problem. You go to like Farah, and it's like you're almost like they were supposed to be targeted by this change, but she actually received almost a disproportionate, like such a little damage reduction. She only received more damage reduction compared to like the burst characters, you know? Or not the burst characters, but like the more individual things. Yeah, we didn't really talk in as detail about the damage headshot reduction or headshot damage reduction. I think simply put, by the way, I appreciate that, Cactus. My TLDR take is that I think that we could look more about like which tanks are struggling the most with headshots and to deal with that hitbox wise. But I think, again, global solutions are just something you just have to be so careful with. Nick Farah's rockets headshot? Yeah. Yeah, that's it. There you go. Why did I think of the Sumer? For the armor thing? I don't know. I mean, maybe I mean, there's a chance I'm not thinking of something, you know? I'm honestly not too sure. I don't know. Maybe there's something that I'm not thinking about. If you guys think that there's something wrong with the way I would do things, like I'm not thinking about, let me know.
Do I have your attention yet?
Oh, I meant the Farah headshot. Oh, comedy gold. Spylaws. Get rolled, buddy. You need to keep working on this Maga rework? Good luck, mate.
Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Oh dear. Oh no. Oh dear. Attack Reinhardt. Peak Rein map. I think with Farah, they just need to reduce her splash a little bit. Or maybe they slightly reduce the hitbox size of her rockets, but I think the splash is the biggest issue. If you're going to move her in the direction of being a little bit more of a dynamic diver, I think her keeping as much splash as she does is not a very fair thing, in my opinion. Reason for the name of this account? When I used to play MMOs, Grumpy Monkey with sub, I appreciate it. I used to get accused of macroing, like third party, because I was so fast with my hands. And so this was a Genji account, and I used to joke that I would get hackusated. That was never really the case, because I wasn't that good at Genji. And EHK was always the program that people would auto hotkey. I was really good. I'll have to show you guys some of my clips. I was very dexterous, and I can still do it as well. I think we're gonna have to cook a little bit here right now. I think we're gonna have to cook a little bit here.
Hello there.
This Ash is kind of farming right I literally was like, I was literally like, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that, and it just.
I can take more than that.
I'm still gonna commit on the flank here. Is there anybody even top? I think I can just force point here, actually.
Take the objective with me.
I carried, guys. I carried. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go.
The payload.
Yeah, Cassie is trolling a little bit.
Activated. Much obliged.
Oh man, I would have got the top on that. I'm gonna sleep. Oh, this Ash is actually kind of throwing a little bit. I don't know if the flame was there, buddy. He is low.
You can't stop me.
Sleep dart still.
My ultimate is almost ready.
I think I can pin this here. Maybe not, I have a little shield.
Over there.
Justice reigns from above.
Please help me. No! How did nobody shoot her? Frick, man! Alright, well.
There is no challenge. I'm really feeling the heat.
Maybe just send me some metro? Yeah, there you go. Oh dear. This is not good. I'm dead. Oh, we're dead. Not sure what I should have done there. I think I should have tried to clear high ground under right. I think that would have been good.
My journey continues.
Look. I mean, what am I gonna do? I thought Bob was gonna be a little bit less of a factor. I'm not gonna lie with you guys. Let's clear top. Ash is worth. No way. No way. There we go.
There's the enemy. Join me.
Wait. Don't shoot the Bastion, please. Thank you.
Payload's heading out.
Wait for payload to move a little bit here. What's happening here? Going Junker Queen now. Wait, what? Ah! Okay, that's fine. Not under any danger. They just dumped all their cooldowns at me. Junker Queen is kind of by herself here. Oh no, I messed up. I thought that was Ana. I'm literally not even joking. I thought that was Ana.
Come on.
Frick! chat. The voices! I'm sorry! I'm sorry! Look, it's working, okay? It's working. I don't know. The voices. The voices. I could see in slow motion. It's like, you're gonna miss. She's gonna go behind the corner. And it just happened. I just don't know what happens sometimes. Look, the strategy was there, okay? Look, we won the game. But what do you mean the biggest hard carry? What do you think I was doing the entire time? I was doing the damage sponge thing, guys. That was great. I controlled so much space. We literally pushed the cart for all of third because they were too scared to walk forward. They slept me, naded me, lamped me, dynamited me. Flanking new Bonnie is Rein. What else do you want me to do? I actually don't even think the cart strat works as well on Numbani, because I think that the high ground's has too good of a sightline, you know? Works better in Gibraltar. Yeah, they lamped me, they did. Remember that, because I pushed it back. I gave all this, okay, yes, first was different. First, that's because I pinned off the map. It would have worked. First would have worked, I just... I can't believe it. Oh, please don't all stack on me. Okay, soldiers over there. That's good.
Over there.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
I see they're all focusing me. Just vomit some damage their general direction. Oh, got her. Huge, actually. There's a DMAC. My Zen shouldn't have dropped there. Got her. Soldier, good off angle there. We got a nice little crossfire set up there.
Hi. Konnichiwa.
Oh, we got somebody. Nice. Nah, I only live coached my team because he was like, oh, I'm by myself. I'm like, bro, you're fine. We got 2 supports that can heal you. I think somebody's coming up here. Maybe not. Felt like it, but I do have to drop now. Okay, now she baited me, so I have to retake top now. Yeah, see, they took top when I left. Retake top. Got her.
My tactical visor is charging.
Oh, she's right there. I thought she left. Frick. Come on, Kiriko. Oh, she's gonna go touch it. Oh no. Okay, it worked.
Justice reigns from above.
Got her again. Ah! 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 Alright, nice.
My ultimate is charging. I will keep you safe.
30 seconds remaining.
Alright, come back. Yeah, I don't think I could have stopped the res, but I could have like hit like one shot, you know? All I needed to hit was one shot. Even a fire strike there might have been the difference. She's still here? No, she's not.
Pull it together. We got
Force her out. Mercy can Apollo. I grab the Mega. She grabs top. Now I have to go back. I'm more concerned about the Ashe than I was the Bob. Oh, she just freaking res right in my face. Nice. Nice. Dude. Alright, look, buddy. I'm trying, okay? Alright. I can't believe I have a loss in my placements, guys. It's not good. Dude, that game was so ugly, too. That was the Runasapi game from yesterday. Oosh. All right, mesmerizing gameplay. Yeah, hey, listen. The only thing I'm questioning is like how if I should have dropped the same way that I did. It felt awkward to like drop on the Ashe and then she takes the high ground from me. You know, it's like kind of feels bad. Maybe forcing her coach gun is worth it, but I don't feel like it is. But I don't really know what threat I pose from that high ground there. So at least like I can maybe control the back line. That's definitely a tough situation. I'll say that. Cheers, cheers, mate. Thoughts on Runasapi? I mean, I think seems okay. I haven't played enough to really have a firm opinion. Each game with your positioning, attention baiting. I would say I'm more mindful with my positioning than I am with probably anything else. I think my cooldown usage is probably pretty atrocious. I think like the underrated skill that I suck at is cooldown usage on pretty much every character. Because I think that's something that is a lot more like instinctual, you know? It's not, everyone knows, oh, spell mechanics, but like cooldowns are not good for me. Not good. It's mostly like my initial starting positioning is generally like pretty reasonable. That's definitely, I think, my strongest point. Because that's the thing that you can carry over from coaching. Because I have time to think pre-fight. And then, you know, if you have time to think pre-fight, then I can play great. Mid-fight?
Welcome to Hollywood.
Not so good.
It's
not that I can't use good cooldowns. It's just that a lot of good cooldowns takes practice to like actually, like I know how to use every cooldown. The problem is I can't do it in game as quickly. Got her. Out we go. Oh gosh, I'm a freak of nature, man. Watch me. Oh, I thought I was gonna say watch me hit this fire stick. Yeah, both translate from British English to worse English for sure. All right, I appreciate it, mate. That's promising. Been slammed by. Unfortunate.
Traveling to Nepal. Prepare for battle.
Can you let me out of the basement? No. Sorry,
Select
mate.
your hero.
Number one number. You can't. Not never. Yeah, I have no idea where I'm at placement wise. Saratov is the Smurf on their team. Widow main. Damage. Maybe if it's a Smurf, then it's an old it's an old account. Win percentage isn't that high either. Yeah, I don't know.
To see it with
Maybe.
my own eyes.
First round of last match. 12-2 is not even that particularly good if they're winning. That's Derpy? Is that actually Derpy? Is that the Twitter guy? I don't really know who Derpy is, honestly.
Echo. I find this in
Diva. Comes to attention. space here. The Widow's totally off here, so I don't need to do anything. I didn't mean I can't do.
Occupying the objective. Extra support needed. Lead. I am taking the objective.
Just choke him out. One, don't we die.
Your sun had barely risen.
Okay, the Widow's being weird. There's the Genji. Twitter guy? But I don't know, man. I don't really want to hold this. Symmetra? Nobody's flanking here that I know of. Kind of concerned here. I feel like one's gonna flank. No, I would. Oh man, I didn't hear the sleep. Oh frick. Man, I got nuked there. That's my bad. Still winnable though. Bit of an ultimate commit. They're on point. Somebody's on point. Probably Genji. Yeah, it's Genji, I think. It's okay. I think my D.Va might be able to touch. Oh yeah, that's right. That's him. Nice guys. Well, they're not really taking flanks here, so maybe we can.
Heads up!
Doing some nice fire strikes, I would say. Nice. Take it. Got mid. Got it. He was gonna go for my Ana. I don't think they can even touch. I don't think the Sombra can touch. Finding out.
First round, 1.
Nice.
Score 1-0.
I could have jump slammed that one, yeah. I mean, with their comp, 100%. Honestly, it might have been better than the wait to react, because they had no shield.
Serious.
Just a few ghosts I'm laying to rest. It's nothing to worry about.
I always worry,
Symmetra.
but I trust you are doing what is right.
Greetings.
Just blocked every ult in the game that was worth, yeah.
4, 3,
I mean, they were very uncreative. They made that very easy.
round 2. Capture the objective.
We are ready.
There's the mantra swap. Okay. I need to hit that pen. It's really important to hit your pen versus the ram here. So that's the one advantage that you have is he can't counterpick. So we did get some extra space, which is nice. Or counterpick, excuse me. I don't really want to hold here. I'm not gonna lie. Alright. Okay, back off. Zen is tough. I gotta bring them in close. Discord. Flank, on the flank, I'm dead. Crap. Ah, I needed to know that. I got too tunneled on the ram. He was there really early. We could have won that. Still winnable, but their ram doesn't have... Maybe if my... Oh, that's big. That's big. I mean, safety for my EDRE. No sense. Nice. everybody dead?
Highlighting our defense point.
I don't play point again. Just because it's easier to consistently. Nice. We need the shatter here. I knew that was going to happen. I just wanted to see if I could get Chance out as well. Still winnable. Still winnable here. Still actually winnable. We got all their ults out right there, and they did not get good value out of either Chance or Ram ult. Die here. It's alright. That was close. Yeah, Ram's new armor is like insane. Insane. I was thinking about maybe pinning to the Mega or closer to Mega so that I could maybe steal it, but I think that just would have been the inevitable there. What do we got over here? Oh, nice. Nice. Oh, frick, I needed that. Ram is trading my backlog. I thought that we could maybe clutch that. I needed to hit that fire strike. It's okay. We got Copy, we got Shatter. They're gonna have Barrage Dragon. And I honestly maybe Yari ultimate here. Whoops. Fuck around with my soul leader, I think. Getting picked early. Frick, man. Oh, I might have been able to live that. Alright, we have Shatter here, we have Copy as well, we have Time as well. We're okay.
Enemy in sight.
Duplication initiated.
Ooh, I think my everything blew up. Did you get out?
Get in there.
Needed to get one swing in there. Still winnable. Still winnable. Still winnable.
Round
Ah,
two.
unfortunate.
Loss.
Crud. I needed to finish that one guy that I shattered, or the Zen. I think I hit somebody with a.
Score 1-1.
Yeah, Ram Zen is pretty tough, I will say. But it's like, you know what it is? You have to play very dive tank versus this, and I just wasn't consistently like when we had the space, I could kind of patiently play point. But I had to make a play happen there. I had to make a play, and I just didn't make a play.
How many times have you told me that?
Like I needed to follow up of my Yari ultimate. We could have won that one. I could have hit a fire strike. A lot of it is coming down to a lot of, like ironically mechanics here.
Hi.
Yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Over here.
1.
Do they want to go top? What do they want?
Capture the objective.
Yeah, they do. There's stuff in this right here. You see, everything is easy if you just keep them in a choke.
The objective is now
Hold top here, I think.
Team, I am taking the objective.
Okay. Yeah, I'm over here. Oh, frick. That's it. I actually don't know that Cardic is. Yeah, they're not going to try here anymore, I don't think. Maybe they will. Yeah, I honestly, I thought I hit the, what happened is I thought I hit the Ana, and I was looking for the Ana, but she'd actually disengaged. The Shatter itself was okay, I just needed 1 kill, and I just didn't get the kill. Got her.
Maybe you should have stepped back. You can't stop me.
Oh, we got 2. She's 1. Okay, they're fading me. Much better rollout for them. Nice. The follow-up is lacking on the Shatter, but all I wanted to do is to make them rotate first, commit the cooldowns, make them distracted on the rotation, and set up the Shatter.
Play of the game.
I don't want Super to cosplay me. Super's arms aren't near big enough. Super's also not 6'3", so. Yeah, I messed up the, I didn't think I'd hit the pin. I just wanted to pin cancel, so, yeah.
Now
Could go Claudia run for his money? I mean, it wouldn't be too hard. All that guy does is pin and hold shield in the backline. I think I can replicate that, right?
Whose armor needs fixing now?
Sorry, buddy. The shade is crazy. Oh.
No. Respect your Let me show you how it's done.
Some anchor arms.
Let me show you how it's done.
Wait, guys. Wait for it. Yeah! What a sick pin. I'm sorry. Rein pin should just break turret. I'm sorry. Like, wait a second. Wait a second. Time out. Time out. How much HP does turret have? How much HP does turret have? Why does pin not break it then? Why does it not break it? That's so dumb, man. That's like actually, it doesn't even make sense. So dumb, man.
Welcome to Samoa.
So it only does the impact damage. Yeah, but if it's held in place, it's simple physics, right? The reason impact damage hurt, I mean, maybe I'm misthinking this, overthinking this. Maybe the impact damage hurts is because it's moving it into an immovable object. But if the object is in itself immovable, is absorbing the entirety of the force, no? I don't know, maybe somebody with physics major tell me where I'm wrong here.
Doodly-doo, such a rousing tunes.
Doodly-doo?
Thank you, music man.
Stay in sight, and I'll keep you safe.
Why is FD God fan saying bro Kesha is so bad? Just no context.
5, 4, 3.
I wish you guys, I need to move my chat so you guys can see it at some point. Like, I need to figure something out with my camera, because there's been some, the last one was like golden. Last chat was pretty funny, last game. Should've dropped my shield there for the stickies. It's gonna be interesting. This guy's just content to shoot and shield, I think. this is gonna be cringe. I'm gonna have to do some dive stuff here, maybe, because I don't think we have the damage to kill the Malga with Soldier Farakiri. So I can't just like shield and win the tank trade necessarily. At least it's not as simple as that, right? I can't really touch the Echo. What can I touch? There we go. That's good. What's the plan? What's the plan? Look at me. Look at me.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Soldier 76.
Come on. Come on. Come on, buddy. Predicted. Oh, what? Hello? I shouldn't have left the Echo, to be fair. Hello? 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 I went through the guy. I predicted it perfectly. I shouldn't have left the Echo. That was my mistake. I was like, oh no, the Malga's gonna off-angle me. I can pin it. I can get him. That's actually so tilting, man. I think that would have had an impact on that fight as well. Bastion. Why? Fire Strike challenge. Or Hammer. LeBron James would be ashamed. Bastion swapping.
Let me balance you out.
Can't bring this far forward. Right? Oh, far, sir. Holy crap. Oh, we got pulled. I was about mauled again. That's my bad. I should have known. Where's Weaver? Actually, I have to stall point a little here.
Engaged.
That's a lot of bolts. No, sir, no. Alright, I gotta die in point real quick. I gotta live now. Now I gotta live. No. Oh no, my Lucio baited me. Frick, man. There, we needed that beat, man.
Next round.
We needed that beat. Frick.
Score 0-1.
I think Rein or Malga Shift is better. I mean, it's apples and oranges, I think. I think Malga Shift is definitely better, though. The damage reduction, you can cancel it whenever you want. You get the slam it's much lower, like much more consistent at disengaging.
Better not be disappointed.
Kids also disappoint you.
Yeah, but it's like apples and oranges, really. Well, we could have used beat earlier too. Like there was a couple opportunities there to like pop off, but we just didn't really. I mean, I don't know. It wasn't all Lucio's fault. Lucio played fine. LeBron James, man. Look at him. We gotta worry about that.
The objective is
I actually like the Torbjorn swap. This guy's kind of struggling in the far off, but surely Torb will feel a little better. Full damage versus the stickies. I'm gonna try and die slowly here. I'm gonna get some. Frick. Don't care if they res. Get more points off. Oh. Oh, come on, this is so punishable. Frick. Ooh, just swing again. That was bad. I don't even think it was necessary to shatter that, frankly. Just shield it. I'm curious about whether peeling that is good or not, because it is letting the Echo kind of do what she wants, but I'm hitting the pan constantly, so it feels
Adaptive
like...
circuits engaged.
Terrible copy. Actually, awful copy. Can't pin that because he has Shatter 100%. I thought I was going to get the Reaper. Dude, this is insane. Like, this is insane.
Round 2, 1. Team kill.
The enemy team is eliminated.
Score.
But that armor is insane, guys. Like, that is so... You can feel that so much, dude. That one was smart. I waited for pull.
I'll be watching your back out there, Lieutenant.
You have nothing to worry about, Captain.
Yeah, it feels crazy, man. And again, it's like one of the reason why I hate it is because it's not tactical, and it's also something that he was already pretty good at, right? Ram with Nemesis while blocking was already really tanky. It's not a buff that he and it's not fun either. It's not only tactical, it's not particularly fun either. But yeah, he went down that trail today.
This is it. You know your job. Get up there.
Really nice speed boost. Nice fire switch. Get healed up a little bit. Oh man, that was not a good fire switch. Gank right there. Careful, Symmetra. I guess we can hold here. I don't feel like our angles are particularly good here. Yeah, I want to play more where we have some better angles. We can have our take it here too, you know what I'm saying? Good. Oh wow, it's nice. Chat, I'm sorry. That went through me again. That went through me again. Did you guys see that? You guys see that? That's what, the second time now that I've gone. He got pulled? Did he get pulled? Okay, never mind. My bad, chat. Cardiac, in the back. In the hole, in the back. I'm gonna hold here because hold, shield this, I'm die, that's where he's dead.
I'll be on my game now.
Eventually. Come on. Oh, it's just jumping. My poor Ana. Wait, please. That was the funniest thing. They just stick trying to romp. You're like, oh man, sorry, man. Oh. Yeah. I've canceled too many pins. Alright, let's soldier push and push. Crap, that's my bad. I let myself get angled. I should have rotated all the way through left. Or even ironically going down right down main would have been better. Yeah, I got damage. I'll have to do it again. Where are we at? No, we could push this Malga, I think. This guy really wants Death Loss. Cardiac. Oh man, I didn't have Reaper. Oh, crap. I needed to pin that, I think. Crud! I needed to choose the target there. I got greedy. No way we lose this chat. We lock him. Hello? Chat, what just happened? Did you guys see that? What just happened? Bro, what is going on this game, man? He kept going and I stopped. You can't pin Malga and overrun? That's, dude, there's so many weird interactions in this game, man.
Play of the game.
It's an interesting kind of. Yo, Steppen, thank you for the sub, mate. Mr. Boxing himself with the heroes in the past few years. Honestly, I'm not sure. It's a good question. I'm not sure. Yeah, Overrun definitely canceled it. I agree. I think it's definitely the case. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's a good question, Steppen. I honestly don't really know. I think it depends on the character. I think I would argue that many of the characters that are flawed are actually not all that cool. You get what I'm saying? Maybe like Malga, the idea is kind of cool, but like, yeah. You sold when you sandwich yourself? Wait, what does that mean? But yeah, I think like a character like Lifeweaver is, I do think you can have your cake and eat it too. I think the most popular, most fun character are also the coolest characters. Genji's, Tracers, Ana's. Maybe Winston isn't cool. I think Ramattra might be a good exception to that rule where Ramatra's really cool, but it doesn't really play out super well. I think it's a little bit of both. I think probably net nerf Slime, generally depending on who he's shooting. I think that actually the old armor, the 30% live total reduction was a much better thing for Bastion.
Prepare your defenses.
In both ways.
Select your hero.
Oh, you walk forward and then went around corner. Yeah, I was honestly totally distracted after I missed that bend. I got totally distracted. It didn't affect his damage, yeah. Well, it wasn't supposed to affect his damage. It was supposed to affect more high burst damage stuff. Yeah, so in our placements, we have played all the bad Rein maps. We have played Numbani, we have played Dorado, we have played Paraíso. So like the 3 worst Rein maps we were check for check. But yeah, we talked a lot about armor earlier. Gibraltar is okay. Gibraltar is bad, but it's not as bad as others because third point is tolerable, and also forcing point's pretty good on first and second point because it's hard for high ground to punish cart for a large portion. So you don't even need to clear top as much. Does Ram counter Rein? No, with an asterisk. It can be difficult to match up with the tank matchup.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Excuse me. But there's like, yeah, there's some nuance there.
Stop the payload.
We'll talk about it later.
Do not let them through.
Put them off the payload. Over here.
Keep.
Over here.
I feel like this is feeding. Oh, that's a mechanical choke.
I will keep you safe.
I can't really peel the Doom, but what I can, or the ball. But what I can do. Again! Chat, I'm being scammed. I'm being scammed. I literally couldn't see the honest, so that's to be fair, but. You take top.
Put them off the payload.
Mission spent. You need to clear that soldier. Yuriko. Come on. I have nothing else to do, so now I gotta retake top. I was looking to peel there because there's nothing else to do. Go back top. Look at me, look at me. Kind of giving up taking this angle here. Oh, this looks like a nice move. That guy's gonna mind up for a second. Soldier's gonna push. That's nade. There's Suzu, so you know what that means.
Stand behind me, friend.
Overconfidence and victory is what it means, chat. That's what it means. Ooh, echo low. Frick! First, Future Dude, I haven't played for the sub. I haven't played much over the middle. Gonna try as long as mine is viable. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about the Maga change. I actually don't think it's a major buff necessarily. I think it's too early to say. Frick, man. I tossed that. I needed to hit that shatter. Alright, now we play the stop card. I can't really contest that guy.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Soldier 76.
Still making the attention. On is out of position now, so we go for the soldier. Just choke him out. Try to take as little damage as possible. Try being the key frame. There. Somebody's over here, I think. Yeah. Kind of baiting a sleep dart here a little bit. Because if she sleeps me here, it's really not a big deal.
Get them off the payload.
Yeah, soldier's on the opposite side now. Card is still not moved. Oh my gosh. I got scanned. I can do much of this.
Rocket barrage incoming.
All I need to do is just live. And I think my soldier Farah should be able to live here. And then now we can get a nice easy recontest. We got their Ana still in spawn. I don't even think they got res off. That's unfortunate. And now I'm gonna take high here. Because the fight is migrated. I can't really help with that. So I'm gonna make sure I die in car. Oh, I almost got her. It's fine. We still have a recontest here. We have Kiriko's, Visor. We can honestly just Visor now. I'm gonna go straight to point because I think I need to.
Hold on. We've almost won.
Oh, that's unfortunate. That should not have happened, bro. That should have been a... Even down one. Oh no, that's bad. Come on. MC9. Huge pop-off though. Nice. We did it. Good hold. There's something to be said, I will say, at least in small doses versus non-super cringe comps. It is fun to kind of like strategize with this character. That's what I was talking about, like tactics, you know what I'm saying? Like, man, it's so much more fun than playing like Malga and crap, you know what I'm saying? It's like so much fun. Rein, the problem with Rein now is Ram in many ways shines better in the Brawl mirror when CC and like burst damage isn't really a threat. So he gets played a lot in Brawl mirrors. But Rein is just so much more fun to watch. But that's what makes Rein unique, is that he has so many more tools for, like, for example, what we just played there, playing Ram into that would have sucked.
You're still hiding.
Because I didn't really have the speed or like the consistent damage mitigation. Like actual damage mitigation, not just like dying slowly, you know what I'm saying? He doesn't really have that, you know, whereas Rein, like, you saw how long he's able to control space without needing too much healing, you know? He's better at that than Ram. He's much better. And so it's like so much more interesting to play this character. But the problem is that Ram doesn't need those tools in a raw Brawl mirror.
No unnecessary risks.
Farah's still good? I think so. I think so. I think the nerf helped with some breakpoints, but I think the conk nerf is pretty big deal. Or buff, excuse me. Or it's a little bit of both, right? That guy going here. Something doesn't contest these guys directly, but they're not going to get a lot of space. I'm wasting my shield right now because I want them to look at me while we're pushing cart. It's hard. Ah, I couldn't shield, man. Shoot. I should be able to get res though. That was messy. Okay, we have high ground. That was probably done. Frick. That was my bad execution there. I don't think I should have pinned there. I really don't think I should have pinned. I felt the need to go, but I don't think I needed to go. I needed to wait till fuller shield. If I had more shield there, I think that play works. Thank you for the sub. If I had more shield there, that play works. And now I can force point though. Now I don't even need to clear top. Get him. Oh, I need to go a little bit. I thought she was gonna sleep. She did. She did sleep. Could have staggered that, actually. All right, so now that cart is going to get pushed forward a little bit because we won a really late fight. Now I go high ground. I would not have gone high ground if they had recontested there right there. I would just force cart. But now because we won so late, good for us, right? Now we get free cart push anyway, so they don't really need me on cart. I'm not gonna really use some shield here either, which we don't really need it. Now we want to peek. So now break that. Break. Oh, bap, 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 bap. My BAP has a death wish. My BAP has a death wish. I have no idea what that was all about. That was questionable. I was way too low HP for that to work. I had a dash with. Okay, look, buddy. Look. I don't know if I should force point now. I think I can force point. I think I just immediately force point. I think. Please. Here. I have death wish. I have a death wish. I have a death wish. Ah, he got me with a hammer! Frick! Okay, maybe I do need to clear high ground. No, no mercy. Okay, thanks. I think I can clear top now.
Heads up!
Rocket barrage incoming.
Did I miss that? Rick, I'm just randomly pressing buttons. I'm not gonna lie to you. Rick. Holy crap. Now we force point. Hello? Why did that fire strike not hit? Am I missing something? Maybe that just messed with I might have just messed with the hitbox. Nice. Did I actually miss it? Did I really miss it? Did I miss it? Did I miss it? Did I miss it? I might have missed it. I might have missed it, man. Come on, bro. I don't miss. Yeah, I probably just missed it. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Stop, man. Tap, what's your... Oh, no, I forgot to check my fire strike, actually. Can you check it? I think you can, right? 27 fire strike hits. Okay, to be fair, fire strike actually not the biggest deal, right, guys? Right, guys? 29. Okay. All right, look. Stats don't matter, guys. Stats don't matter. How often should I flank as Rein? You just basically try to apply pressure with your hammer. If you can't really reach somebody consistently without like losing a ton of HP, you do need to create some sort of space there, right? So it depends on the matchup, I think. Opinions on tank changes so far. We had a big talk early in. I would talk about big talk early in the thing. Too early to say. Lots of nuance. Typical Spyloism. Psychology, sociology, psychology. Psychology, psychology, sociology. Nah, no worries, no worries. You guys are playing Tracer and Ping? Yeah, no advice, frankly. You will adjust micro-wise, but in the meantime, it might be a little frustrating. Going on. Man's got to practice his fire strikes. Worst tank cooldown from a design standpoint. Ooh, that's a good question. Fortify? Actually, current Fortify, yes.
Hope you had a good vacation.
Thank you. I did have a good vacation. It was pretty good. Current Fortify, previous Fortify, and
Now
design wasn't bad necessarily.
Select
Maybe Vape. Fortify is not great either. Empower Punch. Maybe not Empower Punch. I don't know. Ram Block. Yeah, Ram Block. Maybe Ram Block in the execution. I don't know. It's so hard to say. There's so many asterisks, you know what I'm saying? Is playing Greek yogurt healthy for you? I mean, it's relatively nutritious from what I know. Oh, how are we doing win rate, guys? 70%? 86. Man, I cannot believe we fumbled that tiebreaker. The cheap clapper guy sucks. I should have avoided him. Cheap clapper. Oh dear. Oh no, I hear echo. Where's special push-ups? I used to have a command where you could redeem any type of push-up that you could find on YouTube, and I'd do it. But basically, people kept cashing them in at like really bad times. What did he do? The question is, cheek clapper that is. And MPX says suck. Let's think about it. Let's think about it. Let's think about it. Okay. Okay. He's gonna have sleep dart here. There it is. I should have gone all the way top. I should have stopped. That was risky. I'm not gonna lie with you. But there it is. There is the focus tank special right there. There's the Orisa swap. Down you guys. So much for not focusing tank, right guys? Frick. Our ultimate's ready. Throw him into a corner. Ash is here. Wait, where is she? There she is. There's the Bastion swap. Frick. Absorbing the cooldowns. There we go. There we go. Go left turn here, I think. Because again, late fight win here for us, so. As long as I don't get javelin. That was odd. I was like, guys. I could have shattered there, but I felt like it wasn't needed. Okay, we get it.
The payload is approaching its destination.
Winston.
Duplicating monster.
Nice. Easy. Did I get booped down? I don't know, actually. Did I get booped down, Chad? I don't. Did I want? No, I think I wanted to drop because we were blading or something. Or something was happening. Or nanoing or something. I don't remember. It's a good question. I actually don't remember. I don't remember. I really don't remember. That's a hard question to ask me what I was doing. I don't have answers for that. Sorry, I'm looking here. Yeah, you have to have a good mentality when it comes to like avoiding the counterfeit game for sure, and you also have to kind of know what you're doing. Like again, it's the lack of ignore that please. It's a lack of intuitive decisions that can make it feel difficult. Like you see how I'm like having to play like angles and play really conservatively and pin deep but hold my shield a lot.
You are left trying hard, and that is nothing to scoff at.
It does take effort. If enjoy CBT as well. I'll start top until I know what they're on. If they're on like brawl or something, I'll meet them on the corner. But if they're on like dive, it could be useful.
Greetings! My greetings!
Hello.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective
Sombra.
A.
Alright, we hold the choke here.
Fast! Do not let them through!
That hog. What was the plan there, buddy? No, sorry. What's the plan there with that pylon? Oh.
Your son has barely risen.
That's fine. Gave my Genji as much time as we could. Yeah, I feel like Rein's okay versus this comp. Sombra's a little annoying. Junk can be a little annoying too, but fake man. But Zarya EDR is not too bad. She's gonna come right here, isn't she? Come on, girl. She's not gonna spawn camp, is she?
Stay alert!
Oh, I had the light there. Oh, I got... Oh, that was bad. I took so much damage, man. I thought I was closer to full. And then I didn't hit the Sombra, so I didn't pop her out of stealth. Not a good start here. I just woke up your dog? What did I do? What about anything about Rein's Zarya matchup? I mean, I think Zarya is really strong right now. Should have tried to pin out there, I think. I'm sorry. We 5-minute hold. Oh, the whistle? My bad, dude. My bad. This is just bad team fights. Like, look what's happening. We've been staggered for like 6 years. We have still good stats. We're just getting staggered. Like, and more staggering. Got it. Something has to die here, right? Frick. Wow. 4 ults, 0 kills. Ouch. I needed to hit a pin there. I got hacked out of my shatter. We have BAP window. Genji. Yo, cheers, Redu Joan. I appreciate it.
Score 3-3. Switching sides.
Don't stream snipe me? I dare you to stream snipe me. I'll crush you like a gnat. Yeah, like that was a perfect example of like stat. Look at how look at our stats. Look at our stats. But we had one guy got picked on first, like literally in their spawn for no reason, and then that like snowballed out of control. And then second point, I fed. We only had one fight in second. We literally had one fight for each point all the way through the entire game. Free Slurpee Day. Nice, dude.
More field research. Grand.
And then obviously our blade was really bad. I got hacked out of shatter. We even blocked their EDR ultimate and everything, and just nothing died. I think I needed to get a kill in the squishy there. I just didn't really. I think I rushed my play on that angle there. Like I got pushed out after the. Oh, they're on Reaper now. Interesting. It's hot, yeah. Dude, it's hotter where I live than it is in Florida. Kind of wild.
5, 4.
Can't you take the front line versus Zarya? Not always. That's not as simple as that.
Then you get too close.
Off angle here. My shield recharge. Got a little bit of charge here. Oh, please tell me this. Sorry, does not want to use 5. Damage! Damage! There we go. I was so. I was like, bro, the Zarya is like a million miles away from you and only one bubble. It's 112 for you. Whoa. You in Texas or something?
Stay alert.
Oh, maybe. Bro, the bubbles are for days. Winnable. See the good broad share? Maybe. Huge. Good trade. And we call? We win this. Pylon down. I think I should have turned and shouted that Reaper sooner. Oh, that's bad. There's Wraith. A little bit of chaos there. Trunk right up top. Lock. EDR is getting more creative, man. Something. Oh, the lightning just jumped on my head. That's bad. Reaper killable. I mean, see, they're doing the same thing we're doing. They've had so few fights, like really only one fight. Because their guy kind of staggered at the start. Oh, there's the pole. Crap, this was worth a shot. I kind of blind shattered that one. Am I in voice? No. That was a good push. All things considered, considering we were down one there, our Reaper lost so when we went up top. Which kind of sucks. It's unfortunate. It happens.
5-3. Switching sides.
Dude, honestly, it feels really good to swing on Reaper now. Like, I'm like, bro, get the frick out of here. I don't like this map. Yeah, I don't know. This map is... It's interesting. It's definitely not as popular as it used to be. I think it's just because we have a more critical eye for maps now than we used to. And I think even in Overwatch 1, it was kind of overrated. Like, that choke was actually so much worse in Overwatch 1. Like, so much worse. I love it. It's a beautiful map. It's really fun in wintertime as well. But yeah, I would agree that it's generally an overrated map. But not overrated, but that's bad. I think it's a good map. I would have...
If you're going to die, do it when I'm not looking.
Good push. Let's just hope that we actually play this fight smart, because I really think that was the difference there. Is our defense wasn't even bad statistically. Like, actually, our stats were so much worse on that push, even though we got a good push.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Oh, bro. I tried to throw the fire stick to bait. Mercy. All right, so I got to do some fruity stuff here. We got to get a little spicy with it. Check it. Attack. I didn't think that one through though. That's actually so much more dangerous than the Sombra. Because she could hack me out of it. I saw Kiriko Mercy and I'm like, oh, I can do whatever I want, but not actually true. They're on a Widow now. She's using a lot of her bubbles on my fire strikes, which means that she's very pushable. I'm getting a little sloppy in my HP management. My Subaru's having to sweat a little more than I'd like. Okay. Sorry, it's focusing me so much. Widow's here, so I gotta be careful. Okay, that's Bastion form. What do we have? Fat Fire Strike, wow. Nice. Nice. You were challenging at the Ana. How did you not notice the swap? Well, it's like I see Ana, but I'm so stupid and out of practice that like it takes me like a second to register that, oh, Ana, you need cancel charge. You know, I see that they have Ana, but not until I've committed to the play. And as a washed coach, I have to prepare my plays. I can't react as quickly as I'd like. You know what I'm saying? Hey, what's up, Fox? You guys need to be way more toxic. I'm not used to my chat being this respectful. Everyone is supposed to flame me. I think it's because I'm not having as much of an ego this time around. I need to work on my ego. If I push hard, like I'm the greatest of all time, which I am, then you guys push back. We get this really nice dynamic going, I think. If we're gonna flame me, can I start with your hair? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah.
Together then strikes him down.
Get boosted? Why? Were you in that game? Oh, no, you weren't in that game. You're just trying to be generically difficult. I respect that. Can you make an in-depth 10-hour Sombra? I mean, honestly, if there were a character that I would make like a really long guide on, it would probably be Sombra. Sombra would be one of them. Diva, maybe. Tracer. Alright, watch this pen, guys.
Hello.
Have you made a ball yet? Yes. I pretty much made a guide, or have had plenty of thorough coaching sessions on every character except maybe Torb. But the funny thing is, I've done a lot of Torb as well. It's just been off stream. Not a lot of Torb. I've done 3 or 4 Torbs. I don't know, Alexa. It's up to you. No, it's up to you. It's up to you. So I was doing the Playdex character for 10 hours. I mean, I've kind of done that. I kind of did that. I've already done that. I did mainly like my Lifeweaver, my Bastion video, my Far rework, my Sombra rework.
Just one more mission.
Even my Roadhog rework thing. I didn't play it for 10 hours, but it is similar to that. But I do it mostly for like characters that have been reworked or have got changes or something.
Egypt? It sounds serious.
Just a few ghosts unlaid to rest. It's nothing to worry about.
But yeah, I play Overwatch in bursts. I'll hit Masters, and then I'll drop the game. I'll hit Masters, and I'll drop the game.
Right.
This is like the most... Not the most, but this is one of the few times I've like played casually. It's been on stream the last like month or so. Idiari? Yeah. There's Rock. Maybe not the best. You gotta set the tempo. You guys get what I'm saying? This is why my Widow's hitting shots. You guys get what I'm saying? Now, backline is isolated. Soldiers here. Oh my gosh. Why did I go for the cards right there? Come to Papa. Yeah. You notice I didn't charge into them either, because that would have been suicide, even without a lot of CC. I kind of want to make sure they don't touch here. I actually think we can. Look at how well I play it. You make them think about me. You get what I'm saying? Here's the Theorycraft. we fumbled the bag this fight. Frick, dude. I needed to secure a kill there. We needed to secure a kill. Hit Kitsune and Shatter. I don't even know if I should have gone backwards. That was bad. That was bad. That was on me.
My ultimate is ready.
Yeah. I tried to go back to push cart because we weren't pushing cart, which is understandable, right? Nice pick. Break shield, please. My bad. Frick, man. Ah, dude, I'm tossing. My Genji tossed and I tossed. Clear top. Okay. That time, that one was not my fault. There's no way a Bob zoned 5 people or 4 people for that long. They did use 2 ultimates, but we've been 3.5 minutes without an Nanoblade. 3.5 minutes without an Nanoblade.
We are fewer in number, but greater in spirit.
Huge pick. My Widow's been giving us entry picks basically every fight. Please use it. All that for what? Oh, jeez, that was ugly. I don't want to hold far forward here. Come on, get out of here, get out of here, get out of here, get out of here, get out of here. Can we hold here? No way, right? Maybe. We're missing a lot of cooldowns here, and my... And now we're almost... There's Intrasight. Another block, nice. There's Coach Gun. I don't know where Sleep Dart is actually. That far so bad. Genji. Okay, we're good. That was a little risky holding that far forward, but they were taking really bad cooldown trades. Like they kept like just wasting rock and dynamite and stuff, and so like they didn't really have enough to push us. Get it. Ate it. Sure. There you go. My shield to come back, then we pen. I think we wait for rock. Do we use it, rock? Okay. That's a lot of ultimates. I'll try and block this if I can. That's fine. 4 ultimates. I'll take the Elder. I wanted to use it to poke more.
My journey continues.
Dude, look at the stats, man. 4 and 4. That's crazy. Alright, now we pin top. Over here. Where did the Sigma go? Oh, he's there? So methodical. Okay. Okay. I put expectations on my teammates. That was unfair. That was unfair. I should have just shielded after the pin and done that. But I was like, bro, we got Nano, right? I guess we're going for Nano Blade. And I forget my Genji does not blade. Let's just wait. Just wait. Oh my gosh, dude. I got naded, frick. Will we use it? We will use it. Do we touch? Touch. Okay, we got the touch. Bro, I'm getting murked. Frick, man. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I should have blocked nade there.
Complete.
I don't know.
Score.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem. With our comp, we don't have any tank damage, which is fine. But we have to take angles around the tank, and my Genji is not taking angles. My Kiriko is taking some angles, I've seen. Ram being Giga broken? I don't like the way that Ram is Giga broken yet. I don't like Ram. Rein only for today? Yeah. Sim Rein would be better when the off angles are less important. The breadth of the off angles are less important. That's more about fighting and playing more for your TP plays.
Another mission.
Maybe Nodlin, maybe. I might call it after this because we're trying to get our placements here. Is the tank meta right now? I don't know. I feel like Zarya is strong. I feel like Sigma's relatively strong. I feel like Diva's relatively strong. I don't know. It feels like a lot of the tanks are relatively strong. Maybe Malga not super good. Maybe Ball not super good. Didn't receive a lot of significant buffs, but I'm honestly not too sure. Jungle Queen feels pretty good right now. How much longer are we streaming for? Probably just this game. Probably.
4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
They're on Ball.
Stop the payload.
Their payload's on the low. Stop them.
Get back off here. Stuck on a tree. Frick. Where's the punish? Thank you. Oh my days. My bad. It's okay, trade. Trade. I'll be back a little bit sooner, I think. Or right about the same time. Yeah, this is champ 1. Alright, we have to do something, y'all. We have to nano. We have to nano. Let's nano. Let's nano. Alright, let's nano. You need nanos? Use it or? Come on, guys. Okay.
Group up with me.
No comment. That's definitely my pet peeve is the lack of pressing of Q. That's a personal pet peeve there. Oh my gosh. Watch us nanoblade this now. Oh wow. No, we won't nanoblade him. Their backline's not a threat, so I can peel back here. Now their backline's a threat, so... Frick. What are the odds? What are the odds, man? And we're still not nanoblading, by the way. We're gonna wait until this fight's lost. This fight's lost.
My journey continues.
Nice.
Widowmaker here.
There's the enemy.
Hunter here.
Got his one.
Do something!
Just shoot! Just walk! Just anything! Please!
I left the target.
Oh my days! We're devolving, guys. We're devolving. Please!
Feels like sunlight, huh?
Healing ball. And my venture is feeding. Don't have the ult, so I'm gonna back up. Alright, this one's the GG's, bro.
The payload is approaching its destination.
Like, we just didn't press Q, and then we got backland traded more. It's hard for me there because I could try to make a play there, but,
Play of the game.
The barrier continues.
Alright, what did we get? What did we get placement-wise? Diamond 5 is pretty good. It could be worse. Bro, that's a classic example of stats don't matter. I threw the first point attack at a couple of points, but I think it was like competitive the rest of it there. But no, we're not doing Face It League. We could do one game Nodland, and I really got to go after this. We'll do one game Nodland. DM me your battle tag, Nodland. Oh yeah, I should change title. Sorry. It's my bad, y'all. I always forget. That's true. How's Overwatch? I mean, Overwatch is Overwatch. We're just taking time off. All right, we'll do one. All right. Chat, do you want to see some Zarya? We haven't played Zarya yet. You guys want to see some Zarya? Probably done enough Rein for now. I would say either Zarya or D.Va. You guys can choose. Yeah, I'll let you guys do a poll. Let's do a poll. Poll. Blah, Zarya. D.Va. You guys choose. Or Junker Queen? Wait. We'll do Zarya or D.Va. Will 65 save Overwatch? Yes. Will 5v6 save Overwatch? Surely. Lexa? Lexa, you need to learn to start phrasing your questions in fewer than 600 words. Some life coaching for you here.
Time to save the world.
Some life coaching. Definitely not passive aggressive at all. Just straight up aggressive. This is a life lesson for you. What was your peak in Overwatch 1? 4.2? 4.2. Zarya wins. Okay. How do you get better when it feels like you can't get close to the main tracer? So first off, let's coach this question. First off, another question. I don't care. You don't need to say another question. How do you get better? How do you make it better when it feels like you can't get close to the enemy tracer? And then you say, my biggest problem on tracer, is I just can't get close too often. That's just rephrasing the same thing. You could have removed that sentence entirely. I have a few things in mind. You don't need to say that either. Is it not peppering people? Being more sneaky? Going for tank if backline isn't accessible? Playing tracer into casting adventure and push is just a nightmare. It feels like I can never get in range. You could have cut down at least 30 or 40 words there. I see Lexa. Nice job, guys. Do you see Lexa? She's evolving live right as we're watching. That's so good. What do you do if you can't get close on tracer? Well, Lexa, I'm glad you asked. I would say making sure that you're prioritizing on staging, like taking every available angle or flank if possible. And then crucially, if you cannot access backline because backline really is too far out in the open and there's just no angle to approach them, being okay with taking shorter angles and approaching and shooting tank. If that sounds familiar, I wouldn't know why. I love Lexa asking. So Lexa reframed her question, but the problem is Lexa's question, the answer to Lexa's question was in typical Lexa fashion. She basically answered her own her question while asking it, which is good. So what I would say, Lexa, is like, is it this? And I would say yes, and then I would answer your question. That's great. Proud of you, Lexa. Great work. Nice job.
Welcome to Oasis. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
How can I better set up consistently staging for dives? Like, how do I build up the mental processes? You need to learn to know what kind of angles that your character enjoys. Longer, shorter, medium range, depending on comp. And then you need to try to synchronize that pressure at the same time as your team. To get better at that, understand those basic concepts, and then practice, 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 experiment, limit test, practice, experiment, practice.
You're hard to keep a scope on, Genji.
I can't find a good team. I don't know what to do because Mercy quiet listener. So what do I do? There's always something that you could be doing better with Mercy. Mercy is always an amplifier of her team's strengths. If your team is always inferior to the enemy team and you're not able to amplify their strengths, the common denominator is you. I bubbled too late, frick. Also, we got a little sloppy with the positioning here. This is gonna be like whiplash whipping this character over here.
Push them out.
Let's shove it
My
in
bad.
their faces.
spawned just yet, so. Oh frick, I'm pushing way too far forward. Oh my gosh, I trolled. Sorry chat, we gotta have time for recalibration. You guys gotta be patient. It's still winnable though. Still winnable. Tracer needs to live. Tracer does live, but they get the res off. That's okay. Nice. Team's popping off. I'm just gonna go for the D.Va because that's all I can really reach right now. That's unfortunate. That's also unfortunate. Winnable though. Okay, we're committing. Oh, there's a Cassie in a pack line. Whoops. Cassidy. I don't know why I kited that way. Oh, what?
Get together.
Over here.
Helden sterben nicht.
Go.
Nice.
Nerf this.
Early niner.
Protecting you. Keep it coming. Take cover. Score
Are you damage boosting your target when they're purple?
0.
What? Oh, first place. I was talking in the chat, sorry. What overage ability would you like to have IRL? I mean, I don't know, that's a good question. Speed boost would be, like, wall ride would be pretty sick.
I wonder if Junior misses me. I'll kick his
Yeah, I know, I'm familiar with that with Steam. We actually talked about that today in one of my coaching sessions. That corner grab was gold, but it was just so easy. It's like, I don't know what the Mercy was thinking. I don't even know if I needed to grab there. I just didn't know if I had enough charge, you know, to finish it off.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Or cleanse, yeah.
Capture the objective.
Yeah, cleanse would be good.
The fight is on. Don't let anything get to your head.
I think I'm gonna contest high ground here because I don't want to be. I want to be able to actually damage something. That Winston. No, it's right here. Take the high ground here then. Let's do something here. You see, like that bubble right there just allows a little bit of extra. I usually just hit my right clicks. Jeez. here. Check for counter swaps here, or attempts at counter swapping.
Bring me energy.
Oh, that charge. And now I'll still have 2 bubbles in time for the fight. Why would I go for tank when there's a support in the backline? Free. You see what? That's the difference here. And I know I can catch grab or nano there. I know I can catch nano there because I know we have ults and I have both bubbles, so I can be patient. My Ana's pushed up a little bit, so don't need bubble there. That's 1 bubble. Just gonna try and kill this push if we can. We might not have an ultimate here. Oh, we didn't have an ultimate. My bad. My bad. I should have pressed tab. We still potentially could win this, but we were behind a lot of ultimates. That was stupid of me. I should have actually rotated to point or gone aggressively for backline trade. We couldn't possibly win that there. I could have grabbed, if I'd grabbed a squishy there and like gone really aggressive, maybe winnable. But they had so many ults and we only had grab. We were never going to win that trade playing the way that I did. Ashe is off high. We're waiting for a Cassidy. Okay, Ana's on the flank now. We get space. Might be able to get out here. Okay, no. I don't know what happened there, but my Ana and Genji got in that, or somebody got stuck in that grab besides just me, and that was a mistake. I could handle being solo grab there with my support's help, but way too many people got invested in that fight. Okay, we have some ults here. Okay, good. Ooh, what is that doing? That's bubble forced, almost for free. Missed her nade, that's okay. Thought he was going for it.
Get in there.
Frick, man. We beefed it. That trade started right.
Let's shove it in.
Did I taking a break from coaching? No. Okay.
Bring me energy.
Wait till you see me on my
me.
bike.
Score.
1-1. I wonder if I should have leaned harder into the tank trade there after we got the favorable bubble trade. Is it still 9 weeks out to get a review? Nope, 4 weeks. I did some quality of life flip-flops so that it would be a lot faster to get coaching sessions.
Oh, we're in the thick of it now.
Should be much sooner.
5, 4,
You including the same map? That's funny.
1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
I think we should try and fight for high ground here, I think. So with Edie Ariana, I think we can. I thought he was gonna back off.
Healing pylon here.
Challenge the champ. Expect to lose.
Can't really shoot the Kiriko here.
Over there.
Now go get
That might have been a feed. Yeah. Now we mark this Ash. Half Q bubble, so it's okay. It's a little risky, but
Gathering energy. My ult.
I kind of like to force a bubble from walking to the choke. Oh no, it was slow in my bubble. Frick. Sorry, I should die. Man, this high noon, the high noon needs to not be it. Frick, dude. I took so much damage there. Okay, we still have grab. That was rally. Was it blade as well? Fisher Prince, thank you for the sub. That's not a good. That's awesome. Let's go. Grab use. I don't think he can survive. Maybe he can. Because that would be really big if he can. Because that's an advantage. Oh. Alright, we can still push this forward. At least for a little bit.
Healing pylon deployed.
Over there.
Okay, Reaper's not quite back yet. I don't really feel confident in the direction I'm going right now. We need to back off here. Oh. Frick! We have you, Yario. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. We'll go ball. We're gonna die with ult, chat. No.
Step Rider.
Frick. Alright, well, it was a good game. It was still fun. Alright, chat. I'm gonna call it there. Loves and kisses. I will see you guys Saturday. I don't really know what the plan is for Saturday just yet, so we'll just keep an eye on it. But yeah, loves and kisses. I'll see you guys on Saturday. I'm not sure what we have planned for Saturday. Maybe we'll talk about like Elden Ring and Overwatch, because I was cooking something about like the analogy between like Elden Ring and Overwatch and what we can learn from Elden Ring. Been playing a little bit of the DLC and like thinking about like how some of the pain points for Elden Ring remind me of something and Overwatch, and some of the good things and the bad things. Anyway, there's a lot to learn there. Okay. I'll see you guys later. I'll see you guys Saturday. Do I send this stuff for August today? What do you mean? I don't know. Message me on Discord. I'm not sure I understand. All right, y'all. Cheers.